Well, good morning to members of council and staff. Good morning and welcome to the 2022 budget workshop. Again, a very different budget for sure, with COVID-19 in place and playing a role in all of our presentations and decisions that we're going to arrive at today. And I know I speak for all when I say I'm sure we'd all rather have this process in person and in a more traditional way. However, that is the card that's currently being handed to us, and we will do this as best we can for the benefit of our community. Thank you to all of the departments and their staff and council members for all that has been achieved in 2021. A very, very busy but nonetheless productive year with regards to the community, even with COVID in place. Everyone has put in a great deal of work for us to be where we are today. So thank you for your dedication and your commitment to our community. Once again, I have to thank Annette on your behalf for the efforts in advance of guiding us through all the intricacies, as I said before, of municipal finances, notional rates, levies, tax rates, and all the other accounting comments that are made. This is going to be a difficult budget, and I have to emphasize that not all will be approved. But I am confident that we can strike a budget that reflects our commitment to being a fiscally responsible community. I know that is expected by our taxpayers and our residents. The CEO will have comments to make regarding this year's budget presentation and direction provided for each department. Not everything in this budget will be achieved, as I said before. Hard decisions will have to be made. In saying that, we have to be conscious of our core responsibilities. Past financial planning with development charges, transfers to and from reserves, etc., will allow council to present a fiscally responsible budget to our residents. Some key points. The OMPF, or the OMF as it's called, is again down 15%, approximately $244,000. That's down from $287,000. Just to put it in perspective and how we've managed to navigate this unconditional grant. The grant has been reduced over 10 years from about $1.4 million to approximately $245,000, substantial decrease in unconditional grants. Municipalities continue to be challenged with fiscal sustainability and have been asked to fund efficiencies going forward, and that is a key situation with staff and I know of council. Gasoline tax is up slightly from the 2022 allocation of $545,000. This is a little bit of good news for us, and it's not included in the budget, and Ed will talk to that. Not included, when I say not included in the figures, is a top-up addition of some $524,000, which was received in 2021. I want to say thank you to the provincial government for that increase. It certainly will go a long way to assist in balancing the books. Again, and this is an important initiative, or not initiative, but stat, 74% of the revenue generation for us here in the town is on residential properties, the assessment, 74%. That's very, very important. They bear the brunt of the taxation. Assessment growth in the community for the most part this year is neutral, and Ed will talk about that. It is nonetheless over $2 billion. Again, 1% tax rate, and Ed will advise of what that amount will be. And of course, using the education tax rates at this time to try and mitigate some of the challenges that we've got. The 2022 rates have not yet been announced. Over the years, we still have not had really a full discussion regarding debt financing. And I want to provide council with a basic understanding of the implications of finance rates from Infrastructure Ontario. For example, a $1.5 million loan at 3.2 over 10 years, it would cost the municipality approximately $180,000 for 10 years, and to $8 million over the same interest rate, it's nearly $1 million of principal and interest. Currently, at this time, we continue to move forward with the pay-as-you-go philosophy, with the municipality carrying no debt. And I think we'll find as we go through on the waste management situation, and Tom can talk to this, but approximately 25 years ago, we entered into a debt situation with our partners there. And you'll see going forward, this is the last year of the 25-year debenture. The current budget before us is out of balance by 1.4 million, which includes the 3% direction given to staff, and Dan can talk about that. And Annette will provide an update on this amount. And again, there's some news in that regard. Garbage collection will remain at the 2021 rates, keeping in mind that only our residents and businesses on utilities such as water and sewer pay for these services. Rates are effective full cost recovery as outlined in the Watson report. And again, Annette will advise council of any changes. An interesting point is that the average family dwelling is estimated at $254,000, up slightly over 2021. This figure multiplied by the tax rate establishes your taxes. It is fair to say that we've got a lot of work today, as usual, but I will now ask the CEO to say a few words. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just echo your comments. Here we are 1 year later, and we're conducting our second budget workshop virtually in what has become our new normal. And also normal for us, but far from new, is the challenge before council to determine this year's spending plan at a rate of taxation that is not only reasonable, but also supports our delivery of a high level of services and programming. Your senior staff have delivered comprehensive proposals that address asset management obligations and public service expectations. These proposals have never been more costly, another negative impact of this ongoing pandemic. And our assessment base, which again, as the mayor alluded to, is Annette's to discuss, but our assessment base without significant growth and still valued in 2016 dollars, does appear inadequate to fund our operations and capital projects without some consideration of tax rate adjustment. So as I say, Annette will further expand on the challenges we face today following my acknowledgement of her superlative effort in compiling the inputs into this budget process. So thank you, Annette. And as I try and sign off on most of my things these days, Mr. Mayor, a reminder to all as we continue to navigate these difficult times to please be safe, be well, and be kind.
Thank you, CEO. With that, Annette.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I hope that everyone in front of them is able to see my my screen. And I'm just going to bring it to the beginning there. So today we are before us with the 2022 draft municipal budget. As Bob alluded to, our 2022 total assessment for this year is a little over $2,061,172,700. Now that is down a little from the 2021 year-end assessment. We did see some reduction in the commercial payment in lieu full taxable this year. The growth within the 2021 year was 0.7%. When we work with the notional tax rates, we are seeing that a 1% increase over the 2021 level generates additional revenue of $98,397.90. Again, this year, there was the 2020 assessment update was postponed. It will be postponed as well for next year. So we are working on fully phased in assessment values representing January 1st, 2016 values. The education rates have not been provided at this time, nor have we received draft rates. So all the information in this package is based on legislated tax rates from the 2021 year. And for our purposes today, the residential is at decimal 00153, and the commercial that we are using for general budget purposes is 0.0088. Commercial we are using in regards to PILT is 0.0125, which is similar to what was used last year. The County of Renfrew tax rates, they are being used at the 2021 county 2021 rates. Residential is 0.0037565. Commercial is 0.00680630. Using the notional tax rates, you will see in the draft budget that you were provided with that the total taxation in that budget at this time is $6,892,028. Waste management user charges are set at $1,586,567. $1,586,567, and that will match on the expense side. Payment in lieu of taxes based upon notional rates and the 2021 education rates are set right now at $5,606,613. As noted by the mayor, municipal partnership fund for this year is down to $244,700. In regards to federal gas tax funding, our amount this year is constant. So we have received $545,088.34. That has been placed in the budget. Now, last year, we did again receive a gas tax top up. That amount was $524,008.89. This amount has not at this time been allocated in the budget for a specific project. We have proposed that the 2022 allocation be used towards the airport road reconstruction project. For this year, for OCIF formula-based, we have received a significant increase over last year's amount. We are receiving $896,029, and this amount is in the budget. And it has been applied at this time to various smaller projects, plus a portion of the Albert Street construction project. Under revenue for community services, just to highlight two items. For under special events, you will notice that an amount is budgeted at amount of $128,500. Now that does this year include projected revenue from the town 25th celebration event of $108,000. Also under community services revenue, we have miscellaneous grants totaling $7,000, $4,000 for employment grants, and $3,000 for programming grants. Our general revenue now, which consists of items like animal licenses, lottery licenses, tax certificates, also building permit fees, as well as bringing money in from reserves and development charges. we have budgeted in this draft budget a total of $3,944,890. This chart here provides you with what the reserves and reserve funds have for an amount unaudited at the end of December 2021. Now, one thing to note in regards to these amounts, there still will be some amounts going into these reserves as well as coming out of these reserves amounts as we work with the 2021 final figures and see where we are in regards to projects. I will go through the reserves and the reserve funds, what's being transferred in and what's being transferred out as we go through each department's specific budget. The only item I did want to just mention here is that last year we had proposed that the repayment for the library expansion, that would be the last repayment coming out of development charges. Unfortunately, our development charges amount for the library was not enough in 2021 to cover that full amount. It had been at 17,956, so we were a little shy on that. So I do have to this year show that we will be bringing out $1,286 from development charges library to make up for the difference, but that will be the end. Now we will start going through the individual budgets. And at that time, then I will provide you where the reserves and development charges are being applied. So within...
Annette, if I could, are there any questions on at this point with what Annette has presented? Seeing none? Okay, Annette, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with the council budget remained at the $290,790. And that was similar to the draft budget, just with adjustments made in regards to any payroll items there. In regards to administration, one of the items to be reviewed is we have the grants, donation, and recognition. This year we have again left it in the draft budget at $43,000, and this is status quo for last year. Now this does allow for another $5,000 coming, being provided for new seating at Festival Hall. We had in 2021 put in the budget for $5,000 as our contribution. Now there was another $5,000 being proposed among the partnerships, that there would be a total of $10,000. So we have that in this budget. Now we have received this year a new grant request from the Petawawa Legion Branch Library. This is new for this year. It's a grant. They would have made a request for $10,000, and that would be used towards renovations for their main flooring, for their washrooms, the hall, and they have applied now for the Ontario Trillium Grant. In the amount of 60-some thousand that would also be going towards this project. What is not as well, we have received, and this is open for discussion, similar to last year. Now, last year in the under grants and donations and recognition, we did provide $10,000 to the Deep River Hospital as in the form of a donation. Again, this year, we have, though, received invoice from the Deep River and District Hospital for physician recruitment and retention partnership for the 2021 and 2022 year. And that invoice, what they're proposing is $25,000. So at this time, that is not included in this $43,000 that we have put in the budget. And then we're also open for discussion in regards to $10,000 that we would have in the budget for whether that would you be considering a donation to the Petawawa Legion branch. So we can either open that up for discussion now or at a later time. So right now we have 43 in the budget. Under municipal election, we do have an estimated cost of $40,400, and will be $33,272 coming from reserves administration. Under property maintenance for administration, we started in 2021 office renovation design. There is still a portion of that remaining, a little over $12,000, and that money will be coming out of reserves administration. It was unspent in 2021. As we are working towards that project, an estimated amount for the actual construction for the office renovations is sitting in the budget at $210,000, which is based on an approximate square footage. Now that money our proposal is that money would come from reserves administration, and that would be part of the money received for the modernization funds. In administration, under capital equipment, we have $35,000 for hardware, basically replacing our servers. And that money as well is already in the reserves administration, would come out of that budget. Going into reserves, we have our annual allocation for severance, and that's $4,026. For the property located at 1913 Petawawa Boulevard, the OPP station, there is a total budget there of $87,338. Last year, we had budgeted for some parking lot drainage work of $12,000. That was not completed. So we do have that project still to complete in 2022, and we will be able to put money aside from 2021 into reserves for that and bring that forward. As well, there's a 5-year generator service required there. Every 5 years, our generators require extra service, and that's approximately $2,000. Is there any questions on any of that?
Questions of what has been presented so far on administration? Any comments? Or you want to wait until we go to the actual line-by-line budget presentation? But these are just to give you information on what's happened and what has taken place in the various departmental budgets.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, possibly you don't have everyone on screen in front of you.
No, I don't.
So if you go down underneath the bottom pictures, there's a down arrow, and you could actually click on that and see that possibly Councillor Sabourin has her hand up to ask a question.
Yeah, I've only got, I'm looking at the Annette's presentations here. Oh, here we go. Okay, all right, so Councillor Sabourin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, CAO. I appreciate that. Just a couple of clarification questions with respect to the submission from the Legion and the Deep River and District Hospital. Have we seen these come before us in a formal manner at Council? If we did, then I don't recall it. So that's just a clarification question. I do recall that we received an email with respect to the Legion donation, but I just like that as a clarity point, please, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Okay, who wants to speak to that? Annette or Dan?
These requests were just left as part of the budget presentation.
Okay, thank you.
There has been a letter received requesting that. Oh. Okay, here we go. Councillor Cameron, there was a letter received from the Deep River Hospital which indicated that they were looking for a possible donation. That was put into the budget situation, as you see here today, but no, it has not been formally in front of council. Previously, we did allocate, as the treasurer has said, $10,000 to the Deep River Hospital last year, but this is another request in front of us today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anything further on these presentations under administration? Okay, fair enough. Annette, I guess we can go forward then. I think fire. What basically is happening here is, as Annette goes through these slides, it gives you an understanding of some of the initiatives that are coming forward, how they're sort of being put in place, et cetera, et cetera. We can go forward after that presentation, and we'll be looking at the actual independent or individual department budgets, and at that point in time, we can have some general discussions on the process. But this just gives you the background or information that's taken place with regards to these individual budgets. Okay, but please don't hesitate to ask any questions of Annette at this time as she is explaining these slides. Okay, with that, I'll mute myself again.
Okay, so we're going to start with fire protection. So you have the per diem convention and mileage GL. So what they had brought forward in their draft budget was the swift water rescue course, totaling a little over $21,000. Boat certification course for $16,320. And then the elevator rescue course for the firefighters, $19,000. Now, this item has been adjusted since the draft budget, and it has been adjusted up to $97,000. And what was then included, which was not included in the draft, was $20,000 for regional training course, center course of the OFC, as well as there had been nothing in the budget for conferences. So a total cost of $20,000 has been updated there as well. This budget this year does again include the master fire plan for $85,000. Now that is totally covered between development charges and the reserve. Under capital equipment, we have fired bunker gear for $52,000, some hose drying carts, heavy duty washer and dryer, and portable radios, totaling a line item of $95,000. Under capital vehicles, the bush truck and accessories, so it has been tendered in 2021 and it's awaiting delivery, $144,200, and that will be coming out of fire department reserve. They have placed in the water rescue boat for a total of $100,000. We do have $75,000 in the fire department reserve, and then as well, a portion of that, just a little under $10,000, can come from development charges. In regards to their vehicle replacement schedule, they do have coming up pumper 9623, which is scheduled to be replaced. And so they have been putting money aside for that. So there's another $100,000 going into reserve. Under property maintenance for Station 1, we have replacing the bay doors for $40,000. Renovations to the stock room and laundry room for $5,000, and then upgrading the digital sign for $7,000. Station number 2, property maintenance, we have refinishing the bay doors, comprising $10,000 for a total in that line item of $20,000. And then the training center, there's a budget of $20,000, which includes some more sandblasting and painting of the seat containers and cement pads, installing some cement pads and asphalt paving. We now go on to the policing. So our policing, under our contract for the 2022 year, we have placed in the budget $1,723,084. We did receive a credit of a little over $21,000 for the 2020 year end adjustment. And the total estimated cost before that adjustment was $1,744,467. The Police Services Board has, has maintained their 2022 budget at their 2021 levels. So this is just showing you a breakdown of the $20,437, same as last year, and just how it came up from last year. We have in the budget for crossing guards, their total budget $6,515, and that's just based on there has been a small adjustment due to payroll changes. Under animal control and bylaw enforcement, so one of the two changes here for the 2022 year. So what we have now is the bylaw enforcement operations have been expanded to include property standards. So for those additional services, we have budgeted $203,700 for that, and that includes the Protect 5 and the commissionaires. And then as well, one change that was made from the draft budget, I had lowered the pound contract amount to $26,000, but on suggestion, I have now raised that a bit more so that it's sitting at $30,000 for the 2022 year.
Any questions on fire, please? Any hands? Okay, then we'll go.
Okay, so under building, the main item here, so under office supplies, we have put in for the cloud permit, the building module, and so there's an annual agreement for this and expenditure, and that amount there, the $17,750, that as part of our modernization funding will be coming out of reserves administration.
Okay, any comments on that? Seeing none, then we'll go on to transportation.
Okay, so we will start with this budget. So now some of the highlights of this budget. So you will note under tree maintenance that there is a $20,000 increase for the 2022 year. And so that is to replace some approximately 30 dead trees that were removed in 2021. And so that has been included in the budget. Another item is guardrails. It's been increased by $15,000. That's to deal with some deficiencies that were identified in 2021. Under capital equipment, you have a total of $160,000. So they are replacing trackless unit, the 3911. So that will be traded in and replaced with either a trackless or a tractor type of item there. And they'll be also trading in the surplus cutter and 2 surplus blower attachments at that time. Under capital vehicles, so we have $300,000 in the budget. Now, approximately 90% of that can come out of development charges transportation. So this is replacement of truck 3308, as well as declaring the old grader 1-69. It's being declared surplus. And what they're proposing to do for the replacement now is get a plow kind of a combination truck that will serve as a plow, kind of a grader, and a water truck. So it will have an underbody scraper that will be used for snow clearing in the winter. And then in the summer, it will be used to recondition the gravel roads. And then the roll-off system that this truck will have, in the summertime, it can be used with the dump boxes and as well as a water tank for dust control. Starting in the roads construction, we have Airport Road from Len Hopkins Drive to Doran Road, 561,921. And now we have allotted the 2022 gas tax amount to this project for $545,088. We have design work being done on Hilda Street for $10,000. Design work being done on Lisa Crescent for $10,000. For Portage Road, we do have some carryover from the 2020 year, as well as we have some design review for phase 3. And just as a note, 50% of the work on this road is eligible to come from development charges transportation. So we have allocated $136,932 of that coming from DC. We have road construction for Eichstätt Road. And this is from Black Bay to the cul-de-sac, and this is to maintain the level of service of pavement conditions. And this $35,000, so in the budget, you will notice this year we have kind of split up the OCIF funding for 2022, and it has been allocated to several of these little projects. So that will be applied. So that funding will be applied to this road, as well as Pittsner Road. It has a budgeted amount of $85,000, and it's Pittsner Road from Preby Road to the end. And by reconstructing this road, it's actually, the town has a total gravel road inventory right now of 4 kilometers. And this, by doing this road, it will actually eliminate 1 kilometer of that gravel road inventory. Since the draft budget now, under sidewalk construction, this amount has actually been reduced down. So we have Albert Street and Volunteer Way under sidewalk construction with a new lower amount of $120,127. And we can now, with sidewalk construction, approximately 10% of that amount can come from development charges transportation. So we have $12,013 shown there. Now, Albert Street is one of our larger items in this budget. So we have a rehabilitation project from Victoria Street to just past Alice Street. And for road construction, that is budgeted at $1,127,603. And we have allocated at this time the balance of the 2022 OCIF funding in the amount of $494.29 to this project. Some more of the OCIF funding that's being used. We have Volunteer Way being rehabilitated, and it's from the entrance to Civic Center to the Civic Center Road for $50,000. We have Gootsman Road for $50,000 coming from OCIF funding. We have Len Hopkins Drive rehabilitation from the Airport Road to the Thin Lift for $135,000, and that will come out of the OCIF funding. And then we have Industrial Avenue, a rehabilitation from Black Bay Road to Winston Avenue. That's budgeted at $152,500. And we are able to, for that project, fund 40% from development charges. So $61,000 has been applied to that project. We also have Stephen Street for road rehabilitation, and that's from Black Bay Road to Carla. And again, that 47,000 is coming out of OCIF funding. Under storm sewers now, and this as well did have a change. It was lowered a bit there from the draft budget. So Kramer Avenue is $894,466. Now the work on this, we have 145,000 that we can withdraw from the Public Works Reserve. That was going to be withdrawn last year. The work hasn't been totally completed, so we are able to withdraw that amount as well. We will be putting money into reserves at 2021 year end, approximately 529,000, which was not spent on this project. So we will draw that money out in 2022 in order to complete this project. And Albert Street for storm sewers, the total expenditure in the budget for that is $1,174,252. Under active transportation, we have a total of 104, Under active transportation, we have a total of $149,500 in the budget. So right now that consists of pathway widening from Volunteer Way to Petawawa Boulevard along Civic Center Road, the purchase of 2 radar detector collectors for the MUPs. It also includes $16,500 to do work, depress the curbs and sidewalks at Canadian Forces Drive and Town Center Boulevard, which I understand is being done in conjunction with the county. There's line marking and barrier curbs at right in, right out. We had the pathway from Highland Park to Moncion Development for $15,000. And then as well, it includes $100,000 to continue the MUP along Laurentian Drive. Under infrastructure mapping update, we have $43,000 in the budget. So this has been increased by $7,000. This is to reflect the introduction of the new position for asset management coordinator, which will be shared among the transportation, water, and sewage wastewater budgets, as well as a consideration for reduced consultant costs in this line item. And lastly, then we have for the airport provision for reserves, $50,000 going into reserves for the airport for future capital expenditures.
Okay, I'll open up for any questions for clarity on anything that Annette has presented at this time. I see Deputy Mayor Service, and then Councillor Sabran. I've got very small icons here, so bear with me, okay? So Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the MUP along Laurentian Drive. A couple of questions, I guess. For the $100,000, how far does that get us along Laurentian Drive? And I know the last year we received a grant to do the portion that we completed last year. Have we applied for a grant for this new portion, or are we going to apply for a grant for this new portion, or are we funding that on our own?
David?
Yes. So the amount will get us from the existing location, and we hope to get through.
I'm fine, thank you, with coffee right now.
Through Mueller.
10 o'clock.
In regards to grant, there is no grant available to apply for this project.
Thank you.
So that I understand, there's an existing sidewalk still in place there from the existing MUP, as you call it, right round to Petawawa Boulevard. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that's correct. It would
Okay.
be to replace that with a multi-use pathway. And
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead, David.
it would just improve the drainage in those areas. But
Sure.
you are correct. There is existing sidewalk there.
Thank you. Further, Deputy Mayor, if not,
Yeah.
then Councillor Sabran.
I just have one more question.
Oh, pardon me, sorry. There you go. Bear with us, this is difficult.
I'm with you. Any of the road projects that we're using OCIF funding for, and this is just hypothetical, if we were to delay one of those projects, could we then take, let's say the Len Hopkins Drive one for 150,000, could we then take that 150 and apply it to the, let's say the Albert Street project, so we wouldn't have to dive into our reserves as much for that project?
Anything's possible, I suppose, but David, you go ahead.
No, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if we say for instance, we didn't do Len Hopkins, so then that would put 135,000 that could be transferred over to Albert Street.
Okay, thank you.
I think Albert Street requires a little bit of a more in-depth discussion, to be honest with you. It's a very, very, very large project. And so when we get to the individual budgets, maybe we can have a more robust discussion on some of the comments that you made there, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question with respect to the MUP, so thank you for that feedback. My other question was in regards to the infrastructure mapping update GL account and the new asset management coordinator. The total cost for that coordinator is I think it's, oh, sorry, my screen is a little, okay, it's $43,000 as I see that, and it's to be shared with other budget areas. But I just want to understand the description notes. The increase by $7,000, is that the decrease from the consultant cost to apply to that salary wage envelope, please and thank you?
I think that's the general thrust of what is being said there, but I'll let the director deal with that. David?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just having trouble unmuting myself. Yeah, so in that line item, we would have consultant fees, we would have paying for annual subscription to some of the programs that we use. And so the thought is that, and I haven't confirmed yet with the CEO because the position hasn't been costed yet, as far as I know. And so I don't know the final dollar figure, but I threw an estimate up there. And with some of the reductions that I would see in consultant fees, so instead of getting consultants to do some of the work, I would get this individual to complete that work. I just noted that there'd be a $7,000 increase to this line item.
Thank you.
Councillor Sabran, further supplementary? No, you're okay. Further comments or questions for clarification from any member of council? Having seen none, we still have another shot at this in terms of the individual budgets when we go through it all. So keep some of your thoughts in place when we go through that as well. Okay, with that, then we'll go to back to Annette on page 27. Annette, we're at the airport.
Okay, so yes. So under the airport, we have estimated the town share of the Pembroke Area Airport Commission operating grant will be $29,765. And this is an estimate. We have shown under transportation that there will be 50,000 going into reserves for future expenditures. Now, there is, the possibility that the fuel tank replacement will go ahead in 2022. and that the town share of this project, the amount could be from approximately $136,000 to approximately $166,000. Our share is approximately or 30% of that. So what I have done in this budget is I have taken $160,000, and then as well with the our share of the operating grant, and budgeted a total of $189,765. And then we have $110,000 in reserve at this time. And then as well, we will pull out the $50,000 that's going in this year. So there will be a total of $160,000 coming out of reserves if they go ahead with the fuel tank replacement project. Now, if that project does not go ahead this year, we would then go ahead and have the $50,000 in reserves for next year.
Any questions on that? What I would refer to that transfer to reserves and other reserves.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you are speaking, you are muted.
Yeah, I just went to that. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a good example of what I talked about in my opening remarks about transfers in and transfers out. This is prudent financial planning, where if at the end of the day it does come in at 166, we have the funds in the reserves to transfer in and out to offset some of the costs of that situation. So good job to members of council in previous years for getting us to that point. Comments on that? Seeing none, then we'll go to environmental services, page 28. Annette, please.
Okay. So this year we have estimated the service contract for both Miller and the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre at $1,586,567. As noted previously, both the expenditure and the revenue side is neutral, with it coming in from user charges. And we have then proposed that for this year, the 2022 tipping fees will remain at the 2021 levels of being $215 per residential unit. We are looking, though, as a partner municipality, we will see some tipping fee increases for items going into the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. So there was on some of their fees a $3 per ton increase on landfill site waste, some of the construction and demolition waste, as well as mixed leaf and organic material. And this just gives you an idea of the history of our garbage and recycling rates over the last couple of years. Now, you will note as well under environmental services, so as noted last year, there is the expansion of a leachate treatment system at the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. Now, taking into account the Ottawa Valley Recovery Centre does have a leachate reserve, the town share of that project is approximately $410,000. So that is shown in the budget at this time under Waste Recovery Centre. We do, though, we had last year budgeted $150,000 for this project. It was not used, so that amount will be placed into reserves at the end of 2021 when I do my next report. So that brings us to a total. That will bring us to a total of $332,000 that we have in reserves for this project. And now, again, this is in the budget. We will have to wait and see if this project goes forward or not. If it does not, we will place any unspent funds into reserves for when it does. Finally, under environmental services, we have budgeted $5,500 for advertising, $22,275 for bins. Royalty fees have been estimated for 2022 at $89,740. Happily, we will be making our last payment on the debenture that will be paid in April, and that will be $184,694. And we have nothing going into reserves for this year.
Comments on the environmental services. It's nice to see that last comment that was made by the treasurer. That's the final payment of the debenture, which was taken out about 25 years ago. I was there at the time. It was a $10 million debenture, of which we paid about $3 million or $3.2 million. And after 25 years, it's nice to see that finally that anchor around our necks is finally now being paid. Anyhow, that's good news. But there's some initiatives that are going to go forward in the future for the landfill site. It's a little bit unknown at this point in time in terms of the waste recovery center, of where we're going with organics, blue box, et cetera, and leachate issues and so forth. So any comments on environmental? Okay, with that, we go to community services.
Okay, so under community services, you do have parks operating costs, and included under there is a park improvement program, which is the paved path in the Laurentian View Park for $20,000. The total amount for that GL line item is $205,100. Under parks capital equipment, there's $30,000 in the budget, and that's for 2 Kubota zero-turn mower replacements. There is $40,000 in the budget for playground equipment replacement at the fish hatchery park. Parks capital general. So that line item is showing $634,000. We do have in there, there is the construction of the Laurentian Hills Park for $385,000. That amount now can come out of development charges 100%. So that is what will take place. As well, the Radke Estates Trail Development concept plan for the park for $23,000. Again, that amount can be funded 100% from development charges. So we will apply for a total of $408,000 in development charges to this line item. And then that leaves for the town 25th Legacy Project, the Algonquin Trail Comfort Station for $226,000 included in that line item. $50,000 will be put into Parks Reserve. For Petawawa Point, under property maintenance, there is $10,000 budgeted in there for streetscape and entrance improvements. We have as well under capital dock rehabilitation for $15,000. Under Centennial Park, we do have replacement of the railing on the Evergreen stage for $10,000. And as well, a small line item there, $2,000 replacement of the director's computer. For the seniors and community, we are again budgeted $15,000. That is the amount being requested for donation by the Silver Threads. The Petawawa Historical Society, they have made a request for the same amount for 2021 for $14,000. That was just a slip of the tongue there. And then under events management, for that line item, we have $161,000 total budgeted for that item. Now that comprises $132,000 for the town 25th celebration event. And that now there will be, for that right now, it is anticipated with the revenues that we shown of 108,000, that the net expense will actually be 24,000 for that event. Under property maintenance arena, we have arena painting for 10,000. For property maintenance grounds, we do have some mini putt repairs for 5,000 and dog park fencing for 5,000. New item under this budget for under capital building, we do now have a Kinhunt project for the paving of the parking lot at that location. It has been put in the budget for 350,000. Now we are at this time awaiting notice for government funding of 250,000. And as well, we are able to bring from reserves for this project $96,871 from reserves. So that will basically fund that project. Under capital equipment, there's a total of $194,227 budgeted. So that's a forklift for 50, tennis court light repairs for 50,000. There is, as at this time, we do have the ice resurfacer replacement in there for 80,000, and that does include a trade-in of the existing unit, and that is as per the way it was budgeted in the draft budget. And then as well, there is a carryover from 2021 for some of the scoreboard wrapping for 14,227. Now we will be able to, for this line item, bring in reserves of that amount as that amount was received in 2021 to cover that project. And so we will be transferring that amount into reserves so it can be applied.
Comments or questions on community services budget? Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if that ice resurfacer replacement, is that for the electrical model?
Kelly, please.
So if council recalls, a short while ago, I did a report just explaining our options in terms of propane powered versus electric ice resurfacers. We had budgeted for a replacement of our existing propane unit. However, if as per the report that was presented about a month ago, if council wishes to begin the move towards an electric powered machine, it's going to double the price. But over the life cycle of that machine, the efficiencies realized in terms of operation make the overall cost over the 10-year life of the machine a wash. So it's kind of a pay me now, pay me later kind of thing. If council today wishes to move towards replacement with an electric vehicle and realize some of the non-monetary benefits, including cleaner air in the arena facility, lowering our carbon footprint in terms of our operation, then we'd have to in the report I said 140, which was a base number to do the comparison. For what we would need here at the Civic Center, we're probably looking at $170,000. So that 80 becomes 170 if you wish to move towards an electric.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Sabran, just a follow-up on that, Kelly. I was going to say, is it still roadworthy? Is it still capable of being used? And can we perhaps do something in terms of reserves as we've done in the past? Is it still able to be used? I know we're shut down for COVID, et cetera, et cetera. Could it be used till next year or the year after? Or what's the life expectancy?
So typically an industry standard on an ice resurfacer is about 10 years. We're not as heavy use as some other arenas might be. Our machines will be going into its 12th year after the season's over.
Mm-hmm.
That said, could we go another year with the machine that we have? Certainly. It's like a car. Every year that we, put more miles on it, the worse shape that it's going to get in, and the more likelihood that we're going to have, breakdowns or costly repairs. So
Sure. Okay.
that's kind of where we're at. So if your question is, can we go another year and put this off till next year? Certainly we can. But we need, from this point forward, we need to think about replacing it.
Yes, no, I understand. Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Sabran and then Councillor Roots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 points. Just a quick shout out to the Petawawa Civic Centre Fundraising Committee for the scoreboard wrapping that members had done volunteer bars for. I figured this was a good time to just make that comment. Also, this question goes to Kelly with respect to the Petawawa Point, please. The streetscape entrance and improvement, is that in the areas that the path joins the first parking lot? And does that also include the accessibility improvements, or would that be something a bit different? Please and thank you.
What it's really meant for is, for the last few years, we've been spending a lot of time kind of, where the parking lot or the green space connects to the beach, and we've made a lot of improvements. One thing that's kind of lacking now is along the road. It's aesthetically not that pleasing. Hydro came in a couple of years ago and cut down all the trees along the road, along the sidewalk that goes down the length of the park. And we have some of the entrance areas into the various parking lots where people have been driving over the grass and hopping curbs. And, this is a little bit of money to help to try to beautify the entrance of the park and how the park looks from the street as people either walk to it or drive to it. It may very well involve some accessibility improvements, but we haven't done any design yet. So we'll know once we get into the project if there's some opportunities there.
That would be great. Thank you, Kelly.
Further? No? Councillor Roots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was answered by Kelly, just in regards to the same as the deputy about electric, and could we squeeze another year out on this piece of equipment? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Kinhut project, is this one of those things that's an in and out thing? If we get it, we do it. If we don't, it's similar to the MUP initiative on Laurentian Drive. It goes in and it goes out. If we get it, we do it. If we don't, it's not. Is that how I read that? This is a new item, right?
Yes, it is.
That's how it would work, Treasurer? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is to you, Kelly. I'm just wondering about the forklift and how much we're paying for forklift rentals throughout the year and why we're adding this piece of equipment to our inventory now.
Thank you. Kelly, please.
Yeah, we do rentals through the year of forklifts and other types of equipment, other types of lifting devices. With the new glass in the arena, it's an extra 2 feet higher and weighs substantially more. And the forklift just gives us an ability to replace glass as it breaks, kind of thing, as opposed to having to put plywood in and then rent equipment and when it gets there, and it just makes the operation more efficient. Can we continue on renting for another year? Certainly, but I think at some point we need to consider getting our own equipment on site. Rentals are extremely expensive. There's no guarantee you're going to get the stuff right away, and it's an inefficiency in terms of the operation. But can we go another year and continue to rent? Certainly.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. Further follow-up or supplementary, Councillor McLean?
Yeah, I guess how often does the glass break at the arena, and how much is the cost of renting?
We get a couple panes a year. It depends. It kind of there's no pattern. Sometimes you go a long time without any breaking, and then you might have 3 or 4 pieces get broken in a period of a couple months. The glass is newer, so that should bode well for the next little bit. But in terms of rental, it's anywhere from $500 to $700 each time that we have to do a rental.
Thank you. Other Councillor McLean? No. Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. In that same area, a question about the tennis court light repairs and rehabilitation. I don't remember seeing that in our budgets before. I was wondering how long has it been since we've spent any money on that tennis court? And are we looking at going LED for the lights? Just wondering if you could elaborate on that 50,000 a little bit.
So yeah, it was in our the budget draft presented in the fall. Currently, the lights are not operational. We have a break somewhere in the wiring underground underneath the court. Yeah, it's going to be a pricey repair. But we have to, I mean, the lights aren't operational right now, so we have to find where the break is, then we have to repair it. We also have some of our lamps that need some repair. At this point, on a go-forward basis, if we need to replace some of those lamps, then we would always consider the most energy efficient option at the time, which would be LED. So primarily, we need to find the break and repair it, and then if we have funds left in the budget to do some lamp replacements, then we will. We may also, when we replace lamps, find some other hardware that's aging out or is needs to be replaced, and we would do that replacement at that time.
Thank you. Further on community services. Bearing in mind we still have a chance when we go through the actual department budget to take a look at some of these challenges that are challenges or things that we want to do in that regard. Seeing none, then we go to Petawawa Public Library.
Okay, so under the Petawawa Public Library, we have their request for operating grant, and the total this year is $663,002, which is approximately a 7.5% increase. We also do have the property maintenance there for $44,000, which comes in. There's actually on the revenue side an equal amount for that amount. I'm just going to right now, as I know the CEO from the library is on the Zoom meeting, I'm just going to bring up her budget, and then if she has anything she wanted to provide in regards to that, just give me one moment. Oops. Okay, once I figure this out here.
Technology, don't you just love it?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready whenever we are.
Okay, I'm just going to see if I can. Here we go. Can everybody see now the library budget?
Perfect.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Annette, and good morning.
Morning, Lisa. Thank you for being patient and being with us this morning. Thank you for what you do at the library. It's greatly appreciated by all the residents. So this is your budget. So go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the 7.5% increase is basically just to account for the salary grid adjustment And the rest of our budget here, I would say generally is pretty status quo from last year. The majority of our budget, of course, is salaries. Our building costs, sort of the second highest costs, and those are fixed items. We are expanding our Saturday hours, but that does not equal any extra cost to us. We've just adjusted schedules for that service. And as well, we made the initiative to eliminate fines as a pilot project, which we're very excited to do. It really represents a minor part of our revenue over the years in a declining amount. So we're happy to reduce barriers to access that way. They say going through collections, sort of same amounts, some little adjustments here and there. Our ebooks, just a slight increase. We've got a lot more sort of shifted items from our online resources otherwise. And say other than that, I'm happy to take any questions on some specifics on the budget there that folks had a chance to review earlier.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll open it up, but just one question. The provincial grant, it never changes. When was the last time you saw any help from the province as far as the library budget or their grant is concerned?
Great question. We do receive for them as well the pay equity grant, which is also since 2016 a chunk of funding. But otherwise, yeah, the provincial funding is kind of a minor amount there, the 22,000, and it's as far back as I have been engaged, it's been at that same amount despite rising costs, of course.
Sure, absolutely. So just a question that maybe they have to sort of get a step forward a little bit and help municipalities that with COVID, et cetera. It's an excellent service that people being locked up, et cetera, et cetera. Lisa, pardon me, Councillor Sabrad, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Lisa. Lisa, you said that the 7.5% was with respect to salaries. Is that as a result of pay equity increments?
No, it's a salary grid adjustment, the town initiative that was passed. So our salaries have increased from that.
Understood. Thank you.
Other questions on the budget for the library? Seeing none, again, thank you, Lisa, for being patient and being with us today. With that, we'll go to the planning and development budget. Or slides, I should say.
Okay. Are we back and everybody can see my slides?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so. Everyone's good.
Okay, so under planning and development, one of the new changes we have for, which was in the draft budget, under office supplies, we do have a planning module under cloud permit. That is for $8,500 and as well a one-time implementation fee of $3,000. So there's a total line item budgeted there for $8,504. We do under planning and zoning studies have the update to the official plan. That's in at $30,000. And so this has been updated since the draft budget. We are at base now on our updated development charges study, which will be coming forward on Monday. We can bring $13,500 from development charges to apply towards that. And then we have $16,500 that's coming from the reserve fund, industrial park and economic development. Under capital equipment, there is a server in there for $8,000. Now that is unspent funds from 2021, so that will be withdrawn from reserve. And then just as a line item, We did in the draft budget under capital projects have $100,000 budgeted for the Norman Street land acquisition. This item now has been removed from the budget. And we've actually, what will be taking place is that item was budgeted for in 2021. That is, there was just a couple of expenditure items on that. And then the balance of that money, the 96,000, and some that is being put, will be put into reserves. And that is actually the money that we will be applying towards the parking lot project if it goes through. And I'll just finish up with economic development. So under economic development, we do have in that budget this year for a summer student, but there is a possibility of getting a summer student grant program to cover those costs. And those expenses are shown there. And then as well for the community improvement plan grants, we do have in the budget this year $140,000. So what that is there's $50,000 that was not spent in 2021 that will be going into reserve. And then there is $90,000 in new funding for 2022, which will come out of the tax base to make up that $140,000.
Thank you, Annette. Questions on planning development? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering how much we did eventually hand out in CIP grants during the 2021 year.
I can pass that on to either Karen or to Christine, who is overseeing that. Christine or Christine, perhaps?
Yeah, I'll defer to Christine, please.
Sure. Christine, good morning.
Yes, good morning, members of council and staff. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Service, a majority of the work in 2021 was associated with the development of the CIP plan, which was finalized near the end of October of the year, following the mandatory waiting period. So it was in full force and effect. Staff have been in discussion with a number of our local businesses on the opportunities for CIP. And the one project that was presented in December was for Flourish and was awarded a $6,000 grant under 2 grant programs under the CIP. Having said that, again, we are working with a number of businesses on opportunities that they are trying to present within the portfolio, within the 11 grants that are available. It is a process, and they do have to obtain, the appropriate documentation to proceed. So various projects are in various stages, and obviously there have been some setbacks as a result of us returning to a COVID lockdown state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I thought I saw Councillor Mons. Councillor Mons, did you want to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, with regard to the Norman Street land acquisition, can I assume that that's no longer on the table, or are we still negotiating?
Karen, can you handle that, please?
Yes, actually that is no longer on the table. The owner was not interested in moving forward with our offer.
Councillor Mons, you're supplementary, are you comfortable with that?
That's
okay.
Fine.
Sorry?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, further on planning and development. Okay, With that, then we'll go to what, reserves and reserve funds, Christine? Not Christine, pardon me, Annette.
I was just going to go through the wastewater and the water budget.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm just following the slides. That's okay. Fair enough.
I'll just follow up with these.
Yep.
So in regards to the wastewater, so right now you have the amounts there that we have in the life cycle and the development charges reserve, again, unaudited at the end of 2021. Under the wastewater budget, so you have miscellaneous maintenance items for 228,900. We have for the plant miscellaneous maintenance items. Again, you will see on this budget that under infrastructure and mapping update, there is in the budget there 43,000, and this represents similar to the transportation budget, an increase, but as well it takes into a reduction in the consulting costs for that new position of the asset management coordinator. So that has actually been divided between transportation, wastewater, and you will see it in the water budget as well. For capital sewage plant, we do have there either the digester roof, the net zero project. There's storage additions. There is the SIMS control update, which is a carryover from 2021, as well as the UV system upgrade for 500,000. We have the tank optimization for 285,000, as well as the grit tank upgrades for 300,000. So that is a total amount budgeted of 3,840,000. Under capital, the sewage system, there is some work to be done for the legacy project at Norman Banky Hall. There's design for Albert Street. There's some work on Doran Road to review the underground. We have the 470,000 for the Renfrew Street pumping station building. And as well, there is an addition, there was a small amount of Portage Road carryover from 2021. So on this line item, we do have that the Renfrew Street project can be 100% funded by development charges, and that the Portage Road carryover will be from unspent funds in 2021. In regards to the wastewater rates, now these follow in line as well as the budget to our water and wastewater study that we have done by Watson and Associates. So the 2022 rate, a residential rate, there is an increase of $5.14 over the 2021 rate. And the commercial rate, there's a $7.15 increase, which represents 1.1%. So for the wastewater budget, which is balanced, we will be withdrawing $3,991,301 from the sewage life cycle reserve. There will be $470,000 withdrawn from development charges. And then as per the study, we will be putting in slightly over $1 million into the life cycle reserve. For the waterworks budget, you do see there the life cycle reserves and the development charges amount unaudited as of the end of 2021. In the water system, there is maintenance in the amount of $101,400, water plant maintenance $144,600. Again, you will see on the line item infrastructure mapping update, where we have taken into account the new position for the asset management coordinator, and it is shown the total cost of that line item is now shown at $43,000. For the capital water plant, some of the items there, smaller items now that have been budgeted, a high lift pump, a capital plan update, replacing some cupboards in the lab, a capacity assessment upgrade, upgrade remediation, and to upgrade the exhaust fans, and that's for a total of $86,200. In the water system now, budgeted line item of $727,867, which includes a small amount for the Legacy project, Albert Street, Doran Road. Now in this, there is the water main looping from Spring Hill to Broome, which for $158,130. And then as well, we have the water main looping from Sammy Drive to Dustin Drive for $489,909. Now this last item has been and will be included in the development charges update, the new bylaw that will be going before council on Monday night. So within that new update, approximately 30%, or $186,165 for this project can come out of development charges water. The water rates now for 2022, you're looking at residential will be $384.03. So that is the difference of $17.25 from 2021. And the commercial rate will increase by $23.29. Both of those represent a 4.7% increase. So in the waterworks budget, which is balanced, we have $639,802 coming from the water life cycle reserve. We have that amount of a little over $186,000 coming from the development charges. And then as per the water and wastewater rate study, we have a little over $1 million going into the water life cycle reserve.
Questions, comments? A lot of work there. I hope all the products that are required to do these upgrades will be coming through, David. Getting products from afar. There's a lot of work involved in some of these things to get all the various equipment in place to do them. So hopefully we can move forward with all of those if they're all approved by council. I don't know what your thoughts are and what is happening in getting, shipments of goods and merchandise, the supply chain. It seems like a lot of work to be done here to move the yardsticks on these two facilities. Is this a challenge, or you've been talking to your people, or what's happening there?
That's a great comment, Mr. Mayor. And absolutely, there certainly are challenge in all supply chain. The UV is a carryover from last year, and just because of that reason, because we couldn't get the necessary equipment. We will budget and we'll do what we can to pre-order some equipment. Even simple things like the oil grit separator for the parking lot at the Kin Hut. We're planning on pre-ordering that. I know that's not in this budget, but that's a good example of an item that we have indicated that's going to be an issue in regards to the supply chain, and we'll order it ahead of time if approved through the budget process. It'll be a challenge, I think, through this year, and but I'm confident that whatever we can get in regards to the supply chain, that we'll be able to complete the projects. I've been working closely with operations from Aqua, so we're good with that.
So just to give council and ourselves, myself, we can still operate in a very safe manner with both of these plants going forward. I realize that there could be some challenges getting the various initiatives that are required, but plants will still operate in a very safe environmental manner. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. The audits are done on an annual basis by the ministry, and both plants have gotten good reports from the ministry, and I don't have any issue in regards to saying that I'm very confident that we're producing quality water.
Thank you. Any comments on water and wastewater? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about the asset management coordinator position for $43,000. Just let me preface my question by saying I think it's a great idea to have a dedicated individual looking at this task. It's a difficult task, and it's good to have somebody to take some of the burden off of our staff. But I'm just wondering, for the $43,000, what are we getting in terms of how many days a week or hours in a week that this person is giving us, and where will this person be working out of?
Who's going to handle that one? David, the CEO, who's going to be talking about that? CEO?
Well, I can advise that the actual job description, which council saw, is for asset and energy management coordinator. That job description has in fact been forwarded to our HR consultants for a scoring on that. I have yet to receive that back. But I think David can clarify that the 43 is not, it's not 43,000 for wastewater, water, and transportation. So it's not $120,000 job. There are other matters that are covered off in those numbers. And just from a logistical perspective, then I can turn the rest of it over to David.
David?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so what as the CEO was mentioning, the increase overall to the budget, including all three budgets, is in an estimate of $21,000. So it's $1,000 per budget. So that's for transportation, water, and wastewater. So it's not incremental in regards to 43,000 times 3. It's the 7,000 times 3. And then we'll also see some savings, as I was mentioning, from consultant work that we would normally outsource, that this individual will be done in-house. It is a full-time position. A majority of the municipalities in the county of Renfrew do have a similar position, or two or three, to coordinate this type of work. So it is extremely needed for the town of Petawawa as we grow. And the individual, at this point, what we're looking at is utilizing the space that's in the basement that's been between Christine and my office. So that's where they would be located. So I hopefully that answers all your questions. If there isn't anything else that you wanted me to ask or answer.
Good, thanks.
Other questions? Again, I want to emphasize, as far as wastewater and waterworks are concerned, only those who are utilizing the services within the town, and not everyone uses sewage, and not everyone uses water, but only those who do are actually paying for it, and we'll see the increases. It's not across the general levy as such. James, sorry, Councillor Carmody, sorry, I'm just reading your screen.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. On the topic of the asset management coordinator, I know it's not only municipal governments that require these, but also private sector uses them. What's the availability of these people like, and are we budgeting enough money for a asset manager?
Well, I'll need to again defer that to either the CEO or to David. I guess we won't know that until we go to advertise to see what's out there again. But I'll let the CEO deal with that one. He's responsible for staff.
So the presentation that was made by the director some months ago with respect to this position was after a thorough investigation of other municipalities and their job descriptions, including the city of Pembroke. So I think we've come up with an estimated amount. Obviously, I'd like that clarified by our HR consultants, but I think David has estimated at what the market is paying right now. As we are well aware, that doesn't necessarily guarantee us anything, but we'll need to see where that comes back, and then the implications of placing that position in the grid, ensuring that it doesn't upset the balance. And obviously, if it's going to upset the balance, then there's further conversation that we need to have.
Okay, thank you for that, CEO. Any further questions on water and wastewater? Have you seen none? Annette, where are you with your slides?
Okay, so I just wanted to bring up, just so that members of council can reference. I'm going to just share this. So everybody has in their package, and this is a good reference to look at. So right now, this is a lot of the items in the budget where we have funding sources, or some of the items, if they were capital, or we do not have funding items. So we would have, as we went through the slides there, we would have mentioned, I would have spoken in regards to these items. So this is just a summary sheet that you can reference as you go along, and as we have our discussions, to show you whether it's being 100% funded by taxes, or if there is an amount coming in. So I just want to bring that up to everyone's attention.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Any comments on those sheets, folks? No? Okay. Before we go into individual department budgets, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break and then come back. There's only so much my seat can handle. I need to get up and perhaps walk around a little bit. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at about 11 o'clock. Okay? Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And we're back into the budget workshop. As I indicated at the beginning with my few remarks, there are some alterations or some numbers that have to be put into the original documents that you got, which indicated that we're 1.4 plus out of balance. There's two things. We have an update on that, and there's also, I did indicate, as did Annette, that there's some top-up gas of $524,000, which is not included in these current budgets, but Annette and I both talked about that. Is it your desire to put that back into the budget, $524,000? Perhaps maybe just a thumbs up. Yeah, that's where you want to go. Yes, everybody is comfortable with utilizing that top up on the gas end of it. Yes, it would appear as though that is the case. With that, then what I'll do then is hand it back to Annette with an update on the first item that I talked about. That's the out of balance document that you got, we all received, and where that is at, and also what the impact that has on the out of balance situation, and that is the top up as far as the gasoline is concerned. So that would give us a number to begin with as to where we are out of balance. I think that would be helpful. And just to reiterate, if you've got a pencil, just put down $98,397,000 is a 1% increase in the tax rate. So over to you, Annette, and maybe give council, everybody on screen, an update of how we're doing as far as the amount of money that we're looking at to balance the budget.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So when you received your original budget package, and you would have seen this draft budget for the general, unfortunately in error, there was two numbers down here, which were not showing up as a negative number. So it was showing up as a positive 40,000 and a positive 5,000. So really that was actually understating our revenues. So with that correction being made to this actual document, it then in turn, that changes our out of balance amount from being $1,415,248. It actually changes the amount to $1,314,248. $1,314,248 is actually our starting point right now. So now you gave the thumbs up to include the 2021 gas tax top up. So that amount is $524,000, and rounded it would be $9. So with that there, that then our amount then that we need to balance this budget at this time is $790,239 is where we are sitting at right now.
Thank you, Annette. So that is the number that we are now not in balance with expenses and revenues that have been presented through the various charts that Annette has dealt with. It is an opportunity at this point in time now to ask the departments to go through their budgets, and this is the opportune time now for us to take a look at that, bearing in mind that is the number that if you want to come into a balanced situation, that we are looking at a possibility to bring this into balance. As I said at the beginning, not everything that has been presented will necessarily be budgeted for in this budget. But nonetheless, I want to say to staff, I appreciate and understand that it's your job and responsibility to come forward with what you see is necessary. But I hope, I know everyone understands that not everything is always possible. We have to deal with as best we can with the core responsibilities and that are given to us. We are the custodians of the public purse, so to speak. And I think we have over the years been able to deliver a very prudent budget in a fiscally responsible manner. I use this term all the time, and I'll use it once again before I open it up to the departments. With the current tax rate of some $413 per 100,000, we are a victim to a certain extent of our own success in that regard. As I said before, a 1% increase is some $98,000, and going forward, that is something we have to keep in the back of our mind. Okay, so with that, we will go back to Annette on the revenue side. Is there anything you want to talk to us on revenues, Annette, as we go through the revenue scene? Nope. Sorry. Oh, I see Teresa Sabrin. Councillor Sabrin, pardon me. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize I'm probably going out of sequence here, but in previous years, we had talked about looking at a tax increase or the desire to look at a tax increase prior to entering into this phase of the process. And I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to do that or with just shy of $800,000, if it's more prudent for us to look at what we want to cut from the budget prior to that. I know I personally would be in favor of a discussion with respect to taxes prior to this, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I appreciate that. You know, if we come in with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% tax increase, I get that and I understand. But I was more concerned about going through and giving an opportunity for members of council, because they've expressed to me that we want to go through this budget and see what we can do. And at the end of the day, we will have that discussion. But I'd rather wait until we've had an opportunity to go through the departmental budgets, and then we'd have that. But that's how I'd like to see that take place. I'm conscious of what you're talking about. I don't want to start by simply saying a 5% increase would be $400,000. Therefore, we're only looking for $390,000. I'd rather focus on what is necessary as far as our departments are concerned, and take it from there. That's my thought in the process. But I appreciate your comments. Seeing nothing, let's then continue going forward. Annette, if you could, please, our treasurer.
Okay. Okay. So with the taxation, basically all I can say is right now they are in at the notional rates. So any tax increase would be showing there. The PILT is showing at the notional rates. We have shown under the grants any of the amounts as well. We would be adding in under the Ontario miscellaneous there, the gas tax top up for the little over the 524,000. And under other revenues, those have been adjusted in line. Some of them, such as building permits, septic permits, zoning, with the increase for the 2022 year that has been calculated there. And we have at this point in time from everything from reserves and development charged brought in as much as we can as per the expenditures that are in the budget. That goes over the revenue side of it. In regards to general government, so under council, they're really in regards to that, those line items, those are the basic items that we have each year, fairly consistent. Again, just any payroll adjustments have been made there. Under administration now, we do have under property maintenance, the office renovation, But that now, what is proposed there for the 210,000, that will be coming out of the modernization fund. So that basically is a wash in regards to that as well. Under capital equipment, we have the 35,000 for a new server and work to be done there. And again, that is coming out of reserve. So that is balancing itself off there. And we are not putting in any money into reserve for this year. Under the, for the 1913 Petawawa Boulevard, we have kept it consistent with what was budgeted last year. The only change, and this is just to maintain, there is some property maintenance on that building and stuff that is required. We do have the drainage work to be done. And again, as I mentioned previously, that will be coming out of the, from the reserve, that excess money.
Okay, back to council then. The general government council. Do you see anything there that you have some concerns about or would like to talk about? Anything that's in there? Seeing nothing. How about administration? Do you have any concerns or comments that you'd like to discuss on that? Increases, decreases? No? Everything's fine? Okay. The facilities on Petawawa Boulevard. It's pretty well standard, or not standard, but status quo. With that, then, thank you. We'll then go to the fire. Who is presenting? Is the chief here, or is it
Mr. Mayor?
Right? Pardon?
I'll present it, Your Worship.
I'm sorry?
I'm here to present it, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Did I see Councillor Moan's hand up? No?
I thought I did, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether Tom's having some
audio problems. Issues. Yeah. Councillor Moans?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back to the grants and donations and recognition and clarify that expenditure, please.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
I know we have money in there for Festival Hall, the Legion, Deep River Hospital, and the physician recruitment and retention. Could we confirm exactly what we're doing with this line item, please?
Okay, and Ed, can you give us a breakdown on that, please?
Okay, so this amount was actually reduced. This line item was reduced last year. So basically, we have in there right now with the 43,000 that represents the festival hall, the basic, the per capita amount that we pay annually. It does as well include a 5,000 additional donation similar to 2021 that we gave to Festival Hall for the seating project, the renovation project. And then as well in 2021, we had allowed $10,000, which was gave to the Deep River Hospital as a donation. So that represents what's basically in there now, along with some smaller items. It does include like the bursaries, in memory donations and stuff like that gets, but those are the larger key items that are included in there. So Festival Hall, by the normal annual amount, the $5,000 for seating campaign, and then as well there is $10,000 sitting in there right now. Can be decided where that would like to be directed.
So at this point in time, there's nothing for the Legion and nothing for doctor retention. And I'm not sure how much is in there for the Deep River Hospital. I'm assuming it's 10,000. Is that correct?
There's 10,000 in there. Now, it was used last year for the Deep River Hospital. Whether that amount is to be maintained this year, well then, yes, that is in there. And if that is the case, then no, there is nothing in there. No additional amounts for any other organizations.
Bob, you're muted, Mr. Mayor. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Moons.
Well, obviously the 43,000 is already taken up with Festival Hall and the Deep River Hospital, so I don't think there's any room left for anything else at this stage if we leave it at the 43,000 in that line item.
Well, in fairness, there has been no commitment by this council at all to beyond what was done last year, as far as that $10,000 is concerned. It's entirely up to council whether they want to redirect that or they can increase that number if they feel they so feel that is required. That is perhaps a little bit of a discussion that we may want to have. But let's hear from Councillor Sabran on that particular situation. I think that's what you want to talk about, Councillor Sabran. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Annette, for that clarification, because I was a bit confused as to what that all contains. So thanks, Councillor Moens, for asking that question. I guess from a perspective of, again, and I think I said this last year, a perspective of process. One of my concerns, of course, is that historically, since I've been sitting around the council table, any request for funding has come in a formal manner with respect to a letter and has been previously reviewed by council. As I said last year, with regards to the Deep River and District Hospital donation, I'm not opposed to looking at donating money. What I am concerned about is the precedent that we set. And we set that precedent last year. And I, unfortunately, I think my opinion, again, we're in year number 2. It goes to a process of fairness for all organizations in our community to know what that process looks like and for us to follow that process. Again, my opinion. My question, however, would be with regards to if we keep the $10,000 donation into the Deep River and District Hospital, what would that be going towards, please? And thank you.
The letter that we received, and I don't have a copy in front of me, Councillor. It was a straight $25,000 donation, I believe, for doctor recruitment, as I understand it. I think that's what it was for. And no commitment has ever been made, and it came in at a later date, and it was felt by myself, staff, that we should simply put this into the budget mix and bring it forward for a general discussion at this point in time. I know there's some pressures at our own health situation, our own health for doctor recruitment. We have over the years funded the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center with some funds when required, and if it is the general feeling, if they don't want to increase that number to include anything beyond the what do you call it, the numbers that are currently in there, then that would require an increase on the budget line item. The other issue is the request, I believe, from the Legion for $10,000, and I don't know whether that falls within our grants process or protocols. I have no idea. It may very well do that. As by way of perhaps a suggestion, you may want to include that in there with an understanding that as I understand the situation with the Legion, that they're looking for support from the town based on an application that they made on a grant somewhere, and I'm not sure what it's called, but it could be, if you're comfortable with that. If they get the grant, we could support it. If they don't get the grant, then that money doesn't flow to the Legion. It's a difficult situation. We I don't think have looked at the grants policy to see if in fact it fits within the policies that we have for the Legion. Certainly, I'd like to see us support, as you have said, fairness to all. We have supported them in the past, as you know. But going forward, I have no idea whether they're going to get the grant that they've applied for. And part of that grant they've applied for requires an ask of us for $10,000. So my thought process is, if they get a grant, and we haven't put the money in the budget, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not in the budget. It doesn't move forward from our point of view in terms of dollars and cents. I've always felt that if there's any money that's going to be spent for health-related issues, that we should look after our community first. I think we've always been of that opinion, and if there's a need to assist the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Centre, perhaps that $10,000 would be best reallocated to the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Centre for doctor recruitment. It's a suggestion. But if there's a need to increase, recognize Deep River, recognize the Legion, then we would have to increase this by $20,000. It would be going the wrong way. We're trying to save money, but these are all very important issues that we're dealing with here. So it's up to council. I see Councillor McLean and Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I personally would be in favor of protecting the money for the Deep River Hospital. I remember the last time they presented to us, I believe it was in 2020. They spoke of the statistical data of how many residents of Petawawa utilize the Deep River Hospital. And I know personally for myself, I've utilized it twice already this year. So I think it's important for us to maintain a connection there.
Thank you. Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. To follow up on your and Councillor Sabrin's comments regarding the setting of precedent, certainly the Deep River Hospital is one of 3 healthcare providers in our region. We've got PRH and our own facility here in town. And as you mentioned as well, I think we have to consider our own facilities as well as the others. And to follow up on Councillor McLean's comments, I think the numbers were somewhere in the order of 30% of their ER visits in Deep River were from Petawawa residents. So we certainly can't discount PRH or the Deep River Hospital either. So I think we have to, in attempting to be fair to all of the healthcare providers, maybe consider our own facility first. And as you say, Mr. Mayor, if there is a need for money to be dispersed to other facilities, then we could do so if we had it within our means to do that. But certainly taking care of our own facility would be the #1 choice in my mind.
Sure. And the just to clarify, the challenge we would have if we decided to do that, as it stands right now, the only money that's in there is for the Deep River Hospital at $10,000 or potentially $10,000. So if there was a desire to utilize or to support the Legion and our own family health center, then we would have to increase that line item by $20,000. If it was $20,000, $10,000 each that we'd have to put in. And if that's your case, if that's the case, then nothing's etched in stone at this point in time, but we could increase that by that amount with an understanding that that it's going to these locations for doctor recruitment. And I don't disagree with Councillor McLean. It is an extremely well-used facility in our community in terms of the ER system up there. So it would be very nice to be able to support them, but that's a decision that we would have to come to with this line item. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could ask if Councillor Mones is still on the board or the board chair of the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center, if you could speak to, if we did decide to reallocate that $10,000 donation, where it would be utilized towards, please.
Councillor Mones.
Thank you, Councillor Sabran, for the comment. Yes, I currently sit as the chair of the board, so I'm a little reluctant because it's almost like a conflict of interest for me right now to be asking for funding, but I know it would be certainly appreciated. We are in a process where we're really having a tough time to recruit at the moment, and any additional funding to go out and be able to beat the bushes and try to entice a doctor to come to our facility would be much appreciated.
If I could just interject there just a little bit, and Councillor Mones is talking about conflict and stuff like that. Just let me say, I was contacted by an individual who wants to come to our area as a specialist in this particular area, as far as but there are some expenses that are perhaps required in order to finalize any particular deal. Without getting into the specifics of who the individual is, there are some challenges there for the health centre locally here in order to cross the T's and dot the I's to encourage that individual to come into our community on a regular basis. And so that's why there is a possibility that if we could assist, and that's why I'm saying that we should look after ourselves first, for sure, and assist with the Family Health Centre to give them the flexibility of having some funds that they could help with and to encourage this physician to come into Petawawa. So that's why I think we should be putting some money in there. If it's the desire, again, to move forward with the other 20,000, 10,000 each for the Deep River Hospital and 10,000 for the Legion, then we'd have to put it in. Whether it gets spent or not it doesn't necessarily have to flow at that point in time, depending on whether certain things happen. But if it's not in there, then it puts staff in a very difficult position of trying to find money to deal with those two items if they come forward. So I would like to see at this point in time, at least increase that by $20,000 with the understanding that it's to go for these specific areas. That's just a recommendation. There's nothing etched in stone. We haven't finalized this budget at all, but let's move forward with this, if possible, by increasing that by 20,000 and take it from there. I see the Deputy Mayor with his hand up, and then Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's important to be fair and equitable to all of the places that ask us for funding. So I agree with you that we're not talking about $200,000 here. It's just $20,000 more dollars, so that we're fair and equitable to all of the charitable organizations that ask us for funding. And the Deep River Hospital, I think it's important we support them, as well as our own Petawawa Centennial Health Center and the Legion. So I would be okay with increasing that by 20,000.
Thank you. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I appreciate the comments and the feedback of all members talking about those requests which are before us. My concern with respect to the precedent is that we have undoubtedly many community worthy organizations in our own area and external to our area who provide tremendous support to the residents here in the town of Petawawa. And I would like to see over the course of this coming year, there be a process that is developed that we follow and adhere to in future that simply states if the request has not come via letter or some other formal mechanism and we have not had this discussion prior to budget, that the consideration not be made for that forthcoming year. That way, to me, it becomes a fair process across the area. Again, as I said, I'm not opposed to supporting the Deep River and District Hospital. As Councillor McLean has stated, I too am a benefactor of their emergency department, and they're one of the triad of critical supports for healthcare in our immediate community for our residents. However, I haven't seen that letter either, so I really don't know to what extent their budget is with respect to doctor recruitment or on all of those kind of things. And that's really where I'm coming from. So I would be comfortable with also supporting the Legion, because at least we have seen an email come across our desk a few months ago that detailed the funding requests and the amount that they had requested from us to support their accessibility and a number of other areas within their Legion, as well as the total cost. So at least I've got some information, and that really is, I think, critical for me to have that level of detail, so that when we are speaking to our community and when we are defending what we have done or educating folks as to why we've done, we've got that backdrop of information. So again, not to beat the dust out of this blanket any further, but I appreciate the time.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. I'll just ask what the general opinion of the members of council are. Do you want to increase that by 20,000? Councillor Sabrin, we do have a copy of that letter. I can get that to you. You can see what the ask is. It was for $25,000 that was asked for, but I can get a copy of that for you. But to move this process along, is it your desire to at least put it in there to have a look at where this is going at this point in time? Just give me a nod of the head, a thumbs up, or whatever it might be. It would appear as though there's a consensus there that we increased that $43,000 to $63,000, folks, if you would do that for us, and we'll go on. Thank you for that discussion. With that, is there anything further in administration that has something that you want to talk about? Seeing nothing, then we'll go, as I said, to the fire department. I understand, Craig, Deputy Chief, you're going to talk to it, not the chief. He's not with us today.
The chief is present, but I will be talking to it today.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
So we were just looking to put back in the GL line 0270, putting back our Swiftwater rescue course to hopefully get the other half of the department trained, costing of approximately 22,000. We added the boat certification course back in hopes of getting the boat this year, and we added the 19,000 for the elevator rescue course and the 20,000 for the training with the regional training centers through Ontario to get some of our personnel trained, and 20,000 for the conferences, which brings us to 97,000. Again, the master fire plan is put back into the budget as we added bunker gear. We're coming up to our 10 life year expectancy of some of our bunker gear through half the department. So we are looking at replacing 13 sets with the costing of 52,000. The hose drying and the drying cart, we're looking at getting 2. We did have it in last year, so it's just going to be an extra cost of 4,000 for that, and that's used to dry our hose and some of our equipment, and will be used at Station 2. And the heavy duty washer and dryer, again, we're looking to get another washing machine so that we can clean our bunker gear at the station. The portable radios, we're looking for 25,000 for the new radios and to update our radios for communications. And the water rescue boat, again, we're looking for the 15,000 to top up to 100,000 for the boat. The bush truck, that's put back in from last year. Just to update you on the bush truck, they're forecasting that we should be getting it from mid to early February. So we're fingers crossed for that. Hopefully we can get that vehicle serviced. And we're asking for 100,000 for the reserve fund for the replacement of one of our pumpers, 9623, which is scheduled for 2026. For Station 1 maintenance, we're looking to replace our doors at a cost of 40,000, and renovations to our laundry room and the stock room, and also 7,000 to upgrade our digital board, which would take us to 62,000 for that line. For the Station 2 maintenance, we're looking at refinishing the bay floors and upgrading the bay floors for 20,000. And the training center to remain at 20,000. We're going to like to put in cement pads and some asphalt paving, just to keep our gear off the ground and keep dirt getting into our tools and so on. And then the sandblasting and priming and the welding of the containers. And for the vehicle replacement schedule, again, the next vehicle will be the pumper for 2026.
That's your budget, Deputy Chief. Okay, I'll open it up for comments or questions or thoughts from members of council on the fire budget. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if I had my hand up first or not, but I appreciate that. Just through you to the Deputy Chief, just with respect, I've got a couple of questions. The first one is with respect to the digital sign and a cost of $7,000 for the upgrade. Deputy Chief Prue, could you tell me how old that sign is? And because I think it's relatively new, but what the upgrades are required for and what we hope to achieve with those, and then I'll ask my next question, please.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Sabran. So the digital sign is not a new sign. It's a new structure that we had built to put the sign in place. This sign is from the Civic Center. So the problems that we're having with it is the pixels on it. For the information that we're trying to put, the colors are not jiving where you can't see it from the Petawawa Boulevard side when you're coming from Pembroke. So we're looking to upgrade that sign so that we can get the messages out to the public of what we're trying to convey for fire safety and whatnot. So it has been an issue. It's just the coloring on it is just not, it's not projecting the images and what we're trying to get out to the public. So that's what we're looking for with that line budget.
Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that clarification. I think the sign is very important at that end of the town of Petawawa. That's really our only method of communication with respect to the signage. So I appreciate that. I hadn't recalled that it was a refurbished from the community services. So that's important. My next question, and I think my final question, just for my own clarity, it revolves like it did last year around the swift water and the water rescue types of things. And I'd like to just preamble that by saying, again, this was a difficult year with respect to fires for the town of Petawawa. And I'm so very impressed with the level of service and timings to get to the calls and things like that with our fire department. And certainly I think it's a huge reassurance for residents here in the town of Petawawa to know that type of service is available and our members are well trained. So I will once again commit to supporting all things fire related. My discussion item though is with respect to the boat. We're still looking for some funding for the boat. And I'm just trying to understand, do we already have a boat? Because we've got folks trained in the boat certification, and we're looking to train the other half of the crew. So this is a bit of a two-part. So do we already have a boat? And secondly, or remind me, and secondly, how long does that certification last? Is it a 3-year certification on the boat, or is it an annual certification? So I'll do that. And then if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address part 2 of my Swift Water after this.
Deputy Chief.
Through your worship to Councillor Sabra. So I'm just going to clarify. So the boat that we're looking to purchase is a motorized watercraft. The motorized watercraft is going to be used for fire suppression on the islands. It's going to be used for water rescue, for open water rescue, and as well as hazmat. The boat that we have is not a motorized boat. It's more of a craft that we use for ice water rescue and swift water rescue. So I just don't want it to get mistaken, but we currently don't have a boat that's motorized that can go up and help our residents up in the water, either Black Bay or the Petawawa. The certification question, we're looking at certifying our personnel every other year. So we're probably within a 3-year period, 3-year span. We probably will have to do the certification again to get the rest of the department done next year. So we cut the certification course in half, so we can get half done this coming year and then half done next year. And then we'd look 3 years down the road and then recertify. But for members that are coming on board, we would have to certify new members that join the department. So we're also looking at train the trainer capabilities, where we can send 1 or 2 firefighters to get trained, and then we can actually be self-sufficient and do the training within house.
Thank you. Councillor Sabran, do you have a follow-up or a second portion of this? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you again, Deputy Chief Crew, for that clarification. If you were to look at sort of your prioritization of these items, water rescue, swift water rescue, could you tell me what the prioritization would be from your perspective, please?
Absolutely. So the swift water rescue course we've already done 2 years ago, and we tried to get the other half of the department. So we have one half of the department currently trained with swift water. We need to get the other half of the department trained in order to go into service with the swift water training. The issue with the swift water is we've purchased all the equipment and all the gear. I think it was 50,000. We're over 50,000 with all the equipment. So to us, it's vital to have that course, as well as the boat certification. If we do get the boat, in order to put it in service, we'll require to have some members certified to operate the boat with the operating license. So if we were to look at removing anything from that line, we would look at possibly the 20,000 from the OFC courses, but if that helps any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Deputy Chief, how big is this boat? Is it 20 feet, 30 feet? And that's one question. And the other part of that is where would you house this boat? I presume it's on a trailer of some sort. I would have to be a guess. Where would you house this?
Yeah, so we're looking at something from 16 to 17 feet long. We would have to house it up at our storage garage up at Public Works. We may have to move a vehicle out of Station 1 during the boating season and put the boat down at Station 1 just for quicker access. But we do have spots that we can house this boat.
Okay, so you're talking a winter storage situation, obviously, and then bringing it back out and moving something else in the summertime, like the bush truck or whatever it might be, to make room. Is that the idea behind this?
Yeah, so one of our water rescue trucks would be moved out, so in the boat housed at Station 1. So just to be clear, we have 2 vehicles in the station that have water rescue capabilities, and we would look at moving some apparatus so that we can house the boat during the operation boating season, I guess, so to speak.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief, for talking us through your budget. I got to tell you right from the start, I'm not really a fan of the water rescue boat. The boat has been $100,000 for the last 4 years. Is this $100,000 going to cover the cost of inflation for the cost of this boat? And then a second part to that question, what is the life cycle management cost and when will we be looking to replace this boat? And then I have a continuation question after that.
Thank you. Deputy Chief.
So it's going to depend on what type of boat that we purchase. We can look at going with the rib boat, or we can look at going with the solid hull. We've looked at both. We're looking at close to 80 to 90,000. Through inflation, we're hoping that we can stay below the 100,000. We have different companies that we're looking at right now. If that answers your question. And the other one is there's nothing in the standards that says that we have to keep the boat for so long. We just have to make sure that that boat is serviceable. We would have a replacement schedule for it. It would probably be within 30 years and on, depends on the boat itself. But there is no replacement standard for a watercraft to my knowledge.
Fair enough. Supplementary, Councillor McLean.
Yes, sir. I'm just wondering, obviously the maintenance cost and then the additional training of additional firefighters every year, not to mention the training cost of operating on the boat, because I'm imagining that would be a regular occurrence. Do you have a rough estimate of that cost?
So when we're looking at maintenance costs with the engine, we're probably just looking at roughly under $1,000 every 2 years. We're looking at getting a motor that's an outboard motor, so they're a little easier to maintain. The costing with the training, we actually hired a member with our department that has marine experience. So we're kind of going to lean on that person for training, hopefully that they can be a part of our training division, and we can actually be self-sufficient with the training in-house once we get the proper people certified to do so. But that's what we're looking at right now. Maintenance costs, I think it's going to be minimal. It's not going to be a large costing to the municipality.
Thank you. Further, Councillor McLean? Yeah, and then I'll go to Councillor Carmody.
I guess mostly my last question would be likely what would you estimate your response time from calling in a volunteer force to launching this boat on the water? And would it not be a post-incident response? And with that, are the islands not somewhat protected from fire spread to the point where like the time that it would take you to require or to respond to get assets in place to fight that fire, you've almost likely lost the fire entirely?
Deputy Chief.
Well, our response times, yeah, I agree. They're going to be. It's not going to be as quick as a career department for sure. But we have calls in the past where there's been. We've had patients that I can remember one call where a young 11-year-old child burnt themselves in a fire, and they had no way of getting that child to medical care. So we ended up having to, the Pembroke Fire Department had to come up, and that's not their mandate. But it is going to take some time for our personnel to hook onto the boat with the truck. Our bush truck that we're purchasing has the capabilities of hooking that and towing the truck. And there's the time frames I can't give you because we haven't tried them or tested them. But I think anybody that has a trailer knows that it takes some time to actually hook onto this craft. But at least we'll have the means to provide that service to the municipality or to our residents, and even the tourists that come through our municipality is what we're looking at as well. Going with the fires, there's no protection for any of the values on the islands. Right now, the Ministry of Natural Resources has to come from Haliburton. If they're in Haliburton, hopefully they're standing by in Pembroke, but they're the only ones that can fight an island fire, where we could at least get something started before they, and maybe put it out before they get there. So there is some things to consider. I think those are great questions, and we've actually looked at that. But another thing to remember too is we have an airport that's very close. It's in our municipality, and it isn't recommended by the NFPA that we should have some type of form of aircraft that can get to, or sorry, a watercraft that can get out and help an aircraft if they have any problems within a water source. So that's something else we considered with it.
Thank you. Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. This water rescue boat has been on the books here for 3 or 4 years, and I think we should move ahead with this and get this done. However, I have questions, a couple of other questions regarding, first would be the elevator rescue training course. I wonder if the deputy could elaborate on that for us, to explain to us what it is exactly and why we need that.
Through your worship too, Councillor Carmody. So the elevator rescue course trains firefighters with the capability of safely removing occupants from the elevator car. We don't have any of this training. The elevators that we're dealing with are electrical elevators. The older elevators are more of hydraulic, where we used to bleed the system of hydraulic elevator and bring the car down to the floor or wherever we can access a patient. There has been a number of fatalities with these elevator cars where they've actually moved or they've fallen because of mechanical damage. And there's a way to stabilize these elevators in order to perform a safe rescue. And we need the tools and we need the training to do so. I know that there was an incident where a fire department actually went in and used hydraulic tools to remove patients from the elevator car and caused significant damage, over 50,000 in damage to the municipality. So with the 19,000, what we're trying to capture is we would like to get some personnel on that. The dollar value might be less than 19,000, as we want to bring in some fire departments that have elevators in their municipalities that might be able to help with the cost with that. But if we're given 19,000, we might just get everybody trained on it here, the department. Our department has responded to elevator rescues in the past. We have a retirement home where we actually 2 years ago were subjected to an elderly patient that was in the elevator for an hour. And again, we had to rely on the Garrison Petawawa to come down, help us out. It's not very nice to be stuck in these elevator cars for long periods of time. And so that's just something that we want to help with, giving back to to help out our residents and guests.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Carmody? No? Anybody else? Yes, sorry, go ahead.
I just had another question. And, thank you for that explanation, Deputy, regarding the elevator. Presumably, we've got a mutual aid agreement, or that's part of our mutual aid agreement with the base. The second part of my question concerns the upgrades to the training center, or the 20,000 required for maintenance to the training center. I think we budgeted money for that last year, and I'm just wondering if that money was spent, or what the status is with respect to training, and if we have unspent money in that area, is there anything in reserves from that particular area?
Through your worship to Councillor Carmody, good question. We're having problems getting contractors in to do some work on some of our facilities. The welding of the sea containers, we're trying to get that up online so that we can start doing burns with our firefighters to certify them every year. That's basically one of the biggest problems that we're having, is getting someone to come and do the work. We have done some work to our facility. We've done some upgrades this year, but and it hasn't only been a problem this past year, it's been a problem for the last 2 years. And it's just like our floors at Station 1. We've had contractors come in, they've been on the floors, and we can't get them to come in and do the work. I don't know what the answer is. I've talked to the other departments. They're actually having the same issues. So we're just moving the money back over to try to hopefully fix some of these items and continue on.
Okay, further, Councillor Carmody? No?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mullins and Councillor Roots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I look at these budgets and I look at all the training that's going to take place over the course of this year, at least tentatively take place, I think there's quite a bit of money allocated, and I don't know whether we're going to get it all done. So I'm not sure exactly where I want to see the cuts, but I think that the overall budget should be trimmed a little bit as far as the training is concerned. Maybe the fire department themselves can prioritize this, but I think we have to cut that training budget back somewhere along the line. So I'd be willing to listen to them tell me how they could cut up to $30,000 off of that budget as far as the training portion is concerned. I'm not quite sure after the last comment whether the repairs to some of the station, whether that money was put into reserves because it wasn't used in 2021 and it's just going to be used up in 2022 or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chief, do you have any comments there? Is there a way you can prioritize something like this to see if there's any opportunities for some savings? I know I did have a discussion with you earlier on about opportunities that may be available for other alternative training facilities. I don't know if you ever checked that out or whether you had an opportunity or it doesn't fall within the training facility for department. To kind of lend what Councillor Moon just talked about.
I think that, again, if we remove the 20,000 for the Ontario Fire College training and maybe just look at shaving off maybe 4,000 for the elevator rescue. I think that we would have a bit of savings there, 24,000. With the COVID, we're not sure about the Ontario Fire College, some of the training courses and whatnot, but we still try to run the courses in-house. That's the most I can recommend right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Roots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Craig, I support most of the budget here. I'm just trying to save some money for you. Station 1 on those doors, is this a safety issue? I drive by, I see that the paint is peeling. That's 40,000. Is all the mechanisms working good? Is it safe? Is it something that can be just repainted to cover you for another year to save you 40,000 maybe?
So the doors, we need to have those replaced. Our health and safety person here made recommendations, and one of them is safety of the doors coming down on somebody. There is a safety mechanism on it, but it is dated, so it is quite concerning that we would like to change the motors as well for the doors and the doors itself. But that's what we were looking at.
Thank you, Deputy. I just want to make sure of it, what the real issue is. Thank you.
Okay, further. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Deputy Chief. Craig, thanks for all your explanations. I think it's important you have the resources you need to safely, swiftly, and effectively undertake your operations there in keeping our community safe. But having said that, everybody's got to make some sacrifices. So it's nice to see that you cut 24,000 from your training budget. But is there anywhere else where you can prioritize a few things, maybe in terms of equipment or renovations that you have planned, and give us a little bit more savings somewhere? Thank you.
Over to you, Craig. There's the tough decisions.
No, for sure. I respect that. The only other place I could see is if we look at removing 5,000 from the capital equipment for the heavy duty washer and dryer and just remove the dryer out of there. We do have capabilities that we could dry the gear at Station 1 for now and maybe look at putting it back in the budget next year. But if we remove another 5,000 from there, that would bring us to 29,000 with the other two items.
Okay, thank you for that, Craig. Everything else, it seems to be a little bit of a wash in terms of even the boat type of thing. I think it's in and out with some funding coming in from other sources. The master plan, while it is not, anyway, we'll get into the master plan situation, I guess, at a later date. Further, any comments on that? So we're looking at the fire department to reduce it by about $30,000 or thereabouts. That's a round number. You could work with that, Craig. Yeah. So if we reduce that to $30,000, you're all in agreement with that? Yes. I think we are. Okay. With that, if there's nothing else at this point in time, I'm not saying that that's the end of it. We may have to come back at this point in time, but thank you for that. With that, that brings it down to but somebody's keeping track of that. Are you, Lynn? Yes, she is. Okay. Thank you for that. Then we'll go back to Annette, I guess, with policing. Not much we can do with the policing situation. It's pretty well fixed. Is that correct? Crossing guard.
Yes, so those are the service contract is fixed. The police services board, they've kept their status quo from last year, and the crossing guard is bare minimal.
So the policing board is mandated by the province, and it's somewhat statutory, not only to the per diems, etc., but it's a very small budget, and I think you do an excellent job of working with that. I don't know what's going to come from the realignment of that. We'll have to wait and see, but at this point in time, we'll go with that. If there's any questions on policing, seeing none. Crossing guard, same thing. Then we'll go to animal control and enforcement. Is there anything that you can talk to us about that?
So basically, office supplies is in line with what last year. Actually, it's a little lower than what was spent. We've reduced the associations to be in line more with what was spent last year. So we've already dropped that a bit. Bylaw enforcement operations, that's based on actual contracts, so that cannot be changed. And now pound contract, I did put that up a little bit, just that due to the fact that there could be more animals there. We weren't quite sure, just based with COVID and everything like that. We brought that up to be more in line with last year's budget. And veterinarian, you never know what's going to happen from year to year, how much we will spend there. And then animal licenses, that is in line with the amount spent in 2021.
Doesn't look as though there's anything in the way of savings with those particular issues. Agreed? I think so. Okay, building.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Sabrin has a comment to make.
Oh, okay. Councillor Sabrin, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's tough to see. I only have 4 people on my screen at a time. So
yeah.
I'd just like to make a comment with respect to Protect 5 and Canadian Corps of Commissionaires. I think that was an excellent investment on behalf of the town to contract those type of services. We have seen as a community an increase just due to manpower realities alone in response, in rectification of issues and problems, and fines where fines need to be set to redirect the community to our appropriate bylaws and whatnot. So I just would like to acknowledge the initiative of the staff in moving that forward, and thank the council for supporting that. I do just have a question, if I could direct to Annette. I just want to understand this more than anything else. Under training, convention, and mileage, we have about, I think it's $26,000 if I'm following that line across. I'm just wondering who that's going to, and if it is in fact to support the contracts that we've let. I just want to understand that. So if you could help me out there, Annette, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
This is under animal control by law enforcement. You see 26,000 for training?
Yes.
Because my
at 0270, if I'm reading it correctly.
Zero.
It's zero. Are you under?
I think, Councillor, you're in the next section under building inspection.
Oh, okay.
Oh, bloody heck. Sorry about
Councillor
that.
Sabrin she's slightly ahead of her time.
Okay.
Or behind the 8 ball. Sorry, guys. Thanks for that.
Jesus Christ, Bob.
We are in the building environment, are we not? At this point in time?
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm sorry. That was my error. And Tom, your mic is on.
Okay. All right. So we've done animal control. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So now we're into building. Any comments on building? Who's looking after that?
I can take any questions.
Okay, there you go, Karen. Yes, okay.
Certainly what's showing up in the budget here is the cloud permit, the $17,850 bill schedule. Actually meeting with them tomorrow to move forward with implementation. And of course, we have a 5-year agreement on this. So, but I can take any questions if there's anything else.
Okay. Go ahead at this point in time. Any questions of Karen? Okay. So we are now, as I get it, onto transportation at this point in time. So with that, David, where are you? And David and I guess, Chris, are you involved with this? Or David, go ahead with the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Annette did a great job in regards to summarizing some of the highlights. The one question I had in regards to Portage Road, so that work that is scheduled for 2022 is a carryover from work that was done in 2021. So do we have some funds that we are carrying forward from 2021 to offset these, or are all of these going to be funded in 2022?
Sorry, David, I didn't catch which road you're talking about.
Road.
Oh, sorry, Portage Road.
Portage Road, thank you for that. Perhaps Annette can answer that.
So at this time, I have not put anything into the budget that we would be, I don't believe, carrying over for Portage Road besides the development charges. The reasoning being there is I was not sure in regards to, well, right now, for Portage Road from 2021, I am showing at year end that you've actually over budgeted road construction Portage. So until we see a split as to how this road, I believe, is being broken down into maybe the other components and stuff, I'm not quite sure what the actual unspent dollar amount would be here yet. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, it is. It should be underspent for the year. And yeah, there should be some redistribution of the funds from the road and to the storm. But yeah, no, that's fine. So I guess I would just open up to questions. Like I said, the treasurer Annette did a great job as normal for summarizing everything. And so I would open it up to questions or comments from the council.
David, a question from me. Just how critical is it at this point in time to do the continuation on Laurentian Drive, given the fact that there's already a sidewalk there, to continue that with that $100,000? Is that critical at this point in time, given the fact that we're looking at a substantial amount of money that we've got to save? What is the pressing issue with the municipal, the multi-use pathway there? Can you give maybe council a little bit of an update on that?
Mr. Mayor, that's a great point. So it's just that ongoing issue with respect to drainage. So in the summertime, anyone that walks along there, not in the summer, more in the springtime, it does get wet, and there's some issues that are impassable. Otherwise, it is usable throughout the year. And in regards to going from what's currently there to a MOP, it would just allow better use of that. But certainly, as you mentioned, if there is some items with respect to, I'll put it this way: if it went from either give up a road or give up that, I'd give up that.
Yeah, and that's kind of, yeah, I understand. And as I said at the beginning, we can't be everything to everyone at this point in time. We do have to find some sort of efficiencies and some sort of savings going forward. I'd be interested in finding out from the rest of council what their thoughts are on that particular situation. The other one that I'm concerned about, and I'll get to Councillor Moans at that, is I just have trouble with the one that you've got in here, this pathway going to the Monsieur's development. It's not a lot of money, but I just concerned, is that an asphalt thing or is it stone dusted thing? If it's asphalt, then we have to maintain it, and that requires more than just the capital costs. That was two questions that I would like asked at this point in time. And then if you could answer that, and then we would go to Councillor Moons. And I think Councillor Carmody wanted to speak. Yeah, and Councillor Samrad. Okay, David, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just, I guess the one question or one answer, it would be asphalt. So and the expectations would be that it would maintain on a yearly basis. Yes, I agree that as we struggle to maintain what we have, this would be an addition to our infrastructure. I look at it more, and maybe Christine can speak to it, but overall cognitivity of our community and creating that walkability. So there is a lot of people that utilize that pathway in between that subdivision and the commercial development. And so, for instance, if you're asking Johnny in the wintertime to go get some milk, you're probably not going to, because that's not accessible. And you're going to jump in a car and drive to it. And so it's more of a kind of philosophy with respect to making it walkable and accessible. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, but does that not go through our storm? What, in fact, having asphalt in the to the workability of it, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Red, great question. And the idea would be that the asphalt pathway would be more on the perimeter of the stormwater management pond and would not go through the
so it doesn't go down the basin. Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Moans, and I think Councillor Carmody. Councillor Moans.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
Councillor Samra.
To Dave, I got a couple questions, Dave. The first one, I'll just continue on from the mayor's comments. I too had questions about the MUP on the Laurentian and the pathway to Mosios. I think as far as active transportation is concerned, we're putting an awful lot of money into sidewalks. From what I can tell, we're going to do the road going into the Civic Center, Volunteer Way. We're going to be looking at Albert Street, other places. So my recommendation would be, unless we can get a grant to continue the MUP on Laurentian Drive, I think we should consider that as not being in the budget. And I'm not in favor of the pathway through Highland over to Mosios. My second concern is your comments would be regarding Len Hopkins Drive, the thin lift of about 135,000, which is being covered off by OCIF, and whether or not that money could be shifted to Albert Street would be my question. And the status on Industrial Avenue from Black Bay to Winston for 152. I think it's somewhere around 15,000 or something like that, or 152,000. But there's some money in there from someplace, so we could end up with a savings of about 91.5K if we deduct some of the costing. So I would just ask for your comments on those items, please.
David, where are you? There you go, David.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if Councillor Mones is looking at my notes or what, but certainly those are kind of some of the lower priority in the overall budget that I had. As discussed in previous, I put together that meet or tries to meet as much as possible our asset management plan overall. So I don't think you wanted any comments in regards to the Laurentian and Mosios. I think those have been covered off. The Len Hopkins Drive, and so that is in a poor condition and is slated to be reconstructed. Or it's not a thin lift. It would be a proper removal of the existing asphalt and a paving of a one lift, in essence, a shave and pave. The idea of switching that to Albert, as was mentioned also by the deputy mayor, I think is a good idea if we're looking at saving some dollars. There are a couple of culverts that need to be replaced, and so we would proceed with replacement of those culverts at this time. But certainly, the road portion could wait another year. And again, in regards to Industrial Drive, I think if you take a look at the original development charges, that was supposed to be reconstructed a few years ago, actually. And so it's, seeing lots of traffic. When I talked to our staff about it, so it's overdue for the reconstruction. But talking to my staff, there is some additional work that's going on, at least for another year in the subdivisions. And so that does see a lot of traffic. So again, if that's one that we defer to 2023 and allow that additional traffic to subside in coming years, that would work out okay.
So industrial, okay. Okay, before Tom, Councillor Mones, do you have any updates or any?
No, I'm fine. I'll listen to other comments at this point.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Carmody, I believe, and then Councillor Sabran. But Councillor, go ahead. And Deputy Mayor. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. So I agree with the previous comments regarding the MUP. I'm in favor of eliminating that. And in a general sense, I was kind of curious why the OCIF funding had been used for so many small projects. And I agree with the direction that we're going with this conversation here. I'd leave it up to the director to consolidate whatever he figures needs to be consolidated and apply that money towards Albert and reduce the burden on the tax load there. And another question I had was, not long ago at council, we had a presentation regarding some potential work in the Rance Charette Trail area regarding drainage issues there. And if I recall, there were some fairly big numbers attached to that potential work. So I just want to confirm that, given that there's no mention of it in the budget, that we're assuming that none of that is going to be an issue this year.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carmody. So why you see so many smaller projects this year? It's certainly a reflection of our manager, and given that different skill set that we have. Biesenthal Road, if you recall, over the last couple of years, we've done it in-house. And the manager and his team have done a great job to manage that. And so that's why you see a bunch of smaller projects that would be managed in-house. So that skill set has given us that ability to do that. And it's certainly at a reduced cost. Like we're absorbing all the contract admin costs, and we're able to take on a little bit of the risk there. In regards to the Shamus work, yes, we're still reviewing that, and through this year, hopefully we'll come up with a plan to put into the 2023 budget. The work that we done earlier in the fall really didn't come up with any additional savings. We gave that additional information to the consultants, and the dollars didn't really come down. I think there were a reduction of like 50,000 or something like that. So in regards to that project, it's still in the $400,000 range. And so through my manager and the lead hand, we're looking at maybe doing some additional exploratory work to see what we can do, formalize a plan, and come forward in 2022 with a plan to council that we would execute in 2023. Hopefully that answers all your questions.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Carmody? Then I go.
Good.
So, you're okay. So, Councillor Sabran, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm quite vocal at this budget meeting. Sorry about that. But just a couple of questions after I make my comments. I agree with what's been said previously with respect to the MUP. I do, however, have a couple of concerns as to how we might be able to mitigate some of that water reality. For example, the portion of the path from Ravenwood to Mueller Crescent is pretty much underwater, and we're not just talking an inch or two, we're talking 6 inches, 8 inches, just because of the topography. So I'm wondering if in the interim we might be able to put in a few dry wells, and I don't know if that's even the right terminology, Dave, but anyways, and primarily because this is, and I'm not sure whether the right term is semi-rural or semi-urban, but this area has no sidewalks on the other side, and most of our streets in that area do not have sidewalk capacity, so folks are required to walk on the street, and that's dangerous at the very least during the spring months. But I'm just wondering, that's my first question. I also have the same viewpoints with respect to the pathway behind the Montsion complex. While I like the concept of connectivity, we also are trying to promote activity, and there are safe pathways to get yourself to Volunteer Way, up Volunteer Way, and requires you to actually either pedal a little further or use your feet a little bit further for the activity. But at any rate, I agree with the comments to date. So if I could just have those if you could just respond to those. And then I just want to have a couple of questions for my edification with respect to the other portions of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sabrin. So we do have some dry wells actually already installed along there, and so we certainly can put those in. What we had done with the portion that we completed this year was we actually installed the multi-use pathway first. Took a look to see where the water ran, and then installed the dry wells. So I guess a concern would be is that we do install a dry well, and then once we go ahead with the multi-use pathway, then we run into the problem that it might be in the wrong location. But certainly we could put them strategically and see, that could be an option. The one thing that we would do in that location is probably build it up, and so that would get rid of some of the water issues also. So.
Thank you. Councillor Sabran, do you have follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, David, for that. I'll leave that to your skill set. It's just a question that I have. So my next couple of questions are Volunteer Way, the widening of the pathway there. I just want to know what the rationale is. I believe, if my memory serves me correct, it is to put sort of a divided area so that we've got biking on one side and walking on another, but I just like confirmation of that. And then Stephen Street, just with respect to the rehabilitation of that, is that a shave and pave? Is that some remedial work for another step in the process? That road heaves tremendously and is, I think, very difficult to snow clean, at least because I have the privilege of that being part of a route that I walk and get a lot of feedback from other walkers on, that it's it's slippery, it's hard to clean because of the heaving and whatnot. And then my final question is with respect to the Pittsner Road reconstruction for $85,000. If you could just, again, my memory isn't serving me well, what does that reconstruction entail? Please and thank you.
Yeah.
David?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sabra. So the widening of the pathway, so along Civic Center Road, so there is a concrete portion of the sidewalk that goes along Civic Center Road. So that's from Petawawa Boulevard to Volunteer Way, and it's the original 1.5 meter. So there's a bit of confusion when someone is coming up the multi-use pathway along Civic Center Road and approaches Volunteer Way, what they're supposed to do at that point. Are they supposed to continue on to that 1.5 concrete sidewalk, which normally you don't drive a bike on the sidewalk, or are you supposed to go to the road? So the widening of that is to add in a portion that would be asphalt dedicated more towards the cyclists. With respect to Stefan Street, it would be a typical shave and pave as we do the repairs in various locations along that subdivision. Although Stefan Street, I think, does have at least one, possibly a couple of spots where we would actually dig a little deeper and put a proper B and A to try to alleviate some of that frost heave. So yeah, it would be a shave and pave, but there would be some localized digs to alleviate some of the heaving in the springtime. In regards to Pittsner Road, so we have approximately 4 kilometers of gravel road, and Pittsner Road is by far the longest stretch, and there's lots of money expended on an annual basis to maintain it, put additional gravel on it, grade it, and put calcium on it. There is actually quite a on that road, and so the idea is in conjunction with us getting rid of our grader, then we would like to pave that. And so it would be a reduction in the maintenance that you would see out there, and then provide a better level of service. Currently, right now, if you traveled that road, there's probably some washboarding and that. And so it's not very conducive to, a good driving surface. So that's the idea of the reconstruction. We have put some additional gravel down in the fall. So it's all prepped to receive that asphalt. So it'd just be some minimal grading in the spring or summer whenever we do the work, and then do the paving. So I hopefully answers your questions.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, thanks again for, I'm sure you must dread this day because we seem to pick on you more than any other department in terms of cuts, but thanks for putting on a brave face. I agree with everyone else that the Laurentian MUP can probably wait a little bit. Perhaps in future years, we can apply for a grant to finish that project. And I hate to ask you to cancel roads, Dave, because I know you like to have the green circle instead of the yellow one. But I see you've already started to offer up some for sacrifice. My first question is Airport Road. And if we do go ahead with Len Hopkins, Industrial, and Pittsner, will they have the paved shoulders in order to provide our residents who are walking, cycling, to provide them with the safety measures that we have provided with Biesenthal and all of our other semi-rural roads? So that's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So in regards to Airport Road, yes, there'll be paved shoulders. Len Hopkins, I'd have to take a look at that and get back to you, but the other portion doesn't have a paved shoulder, so I'm not sure if we would or not. But it is usually typically our standard to do that. And then Pittsner Road, it would probably just be the 3.5 because of the low volume of traffic. Wouldn't necessarily be a need for paved shoulder.
What about Industrial?
Yeah, sorry that I didn't answer that one. Yes, Industrial would be paved shoulders.
Perfect.
And sorry, just to follow up on that, Gary, on Industrial, there is a lot of walking on Industrial Avenue? Or is that for storage of snow? Just clarity.
Yep, a great question, Mr. Mayor. Actually, there is quite a bit of people that do use that for walking. Anytime that I'm on that road, I'd see at least 3 or 4 people walking.
Really?
It seems to be maybe part of a walking loop that people utilize.
Okay.
And so it is used for walking quite often.
Okay, seems somewhat remote, but sorry about that, Gary. Go ahead.
That's okay. And I like to see all of the additional funding you're putting towards our active transportation. I know we were a bronze medal winner, so it's nice to see us investing further and shooting for the stars in our active transportation. And I know it's only $15,000, but I am in favor of that active transportation trail coming from the subdivision behind our independent grocers area there. I think our goal is to keep as many cars off the road as we can. And as we grow and add more homes to our town, there's going to be more and more cars in our town. So I just think anything we can do to keep vehicles off of our streets is a good thing. And it's only $15,000 to put that little trail from that subdivision into our busiest retail area. So thanks for the cuts that you've made so far, and good work.
It is so that you know, and I know you appreciate this, Gary. We're not picking on David. David has the largest by far budget of any of the departments, and so there's some huge dollars involved there, and so This is where we have to concentrate some, not, if not all of our energies. The next budget coming up will be community services, which is number 2, usually, in terms of looking for opportunities. So we're not really picking on anyone. It's just that these are big budgets, and I know you know that. Having said that, I honestly don't know where I am at in terms of what's in and what's out at this point in time. I don't know if Annette is familiar with what's in or what's out, but David, maybe at this point in time, you could communicate with Annette and tell me and tell us. We'll take a few minutes break because I planned to sort of break for lunch around what do you call it, 1 o'clock, and so maybe at this point in time, maybe we'll have an early lunch if that could be done, and in the meantime, David and Annette could sort of network a little bit as to what is in and what's out, because I don't really know at this point in time what's in and what's out. From what I can understand it, and I'll just leave it at this and then go forward, the MUP plan, I think, has got consensus that it would be out. Let me see a vote on the $15,000 for the path through towards the shopping center. In or out? Give me a hands up. Out. I see out. So that, unfortunately, Gary, I hear what you're saying. Sounds as though it is out, certainly for this year.
I was in for that, if it matters.
You were in? Okay, let's see that again then. I see 1 out, 2, 3, 4, 5 are out. Who's in? There's obviously 2 in. 2 are in, so it's out for this time. Thank you for that. Beyond that, I don't know where Industrial Avenue is, and I think a request was made of David to somewhat prioritize all of that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a break for lunch, and we'll be back here about 1:15 or 20 after 1, something like that. And in the meantime, we will get, as I say, David and Annette to network a little bit. And when we come back, we'll have a new number for you in terms of what we're looking for. With that, we'll have a break now for lunch. Thank you to everyone. Thank you. Well, good afternoon and welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice luncheon there and they're all sitting ready to continue. When we left off just before we broke for lunch, there was a little bit of need for clarification on some of the discussions that we had prior to breaking for lunch. And I asked David to talk with Annette to bring us up to speed on what do you call it? Yeah, bring us up to speed on some of the discussions of what does that mean in terms of the clarity of where we're going and what is to be taken out, what's to stay in, and that sort of thing. So, but with that, I'll hand it over to Annette, and I believe Chris, you're going to fill in for David at this point in time. Thank you. Okay, with that, over to Annette, and maybe Annette can give us an update on what's in, what's out, and clarity on the discussion we had prior to the break for lunch. Annette, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. So just in regards to our recent discussion concerning transportation, the Laurentian Drive MUP in the amount of $100,000, and that's from taxation, that is out. The Motion pathway, Motion development pathway for $15,000 is out. And then the initial discussion with David was that concerning the rehabilitation of Lynn Hopkins Drive, which is from Airport Road, for $135,000. That was out. But now, just a note to consider in regards to this, it had been just with the fact that we are doing Airport Road in this budget, it probably makes more sense at that time to do the road construction for Len Hopkins Drive, which in that case would mean that Industrial Avenue, that rehabilitation project, which is $152,500, less the $62,000 coming in from DC charges. So that would be a net of $91,500. That maybe that one should be removed instead. So I'm not sure if there's any further discussion in regards to those two items and which one.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Chris, did you want to comment on that? The issue is that it makes more sense, as I understand it from David's point of view, if we're doing Airport Road to continue to do Len Hopkins Drive, and so that should stay in at the expense and take out the Industrial Avenue, which is $91,500, as opposed to $135,000 savings on the tax rate for Len Hopkins Drive. That is what is being recommended by David, but have you got a comment, or do you see that as I know it's hard to disagree with the boss, so to speak, but nonetheless, it's over to you.
No, we, Mr. Mayor, we had discussed it just at the lunch break there, and the idea behind Airport Road is, of course, it's a contracted project. So if we could tie Len Hopkins in with that project, there'd probably be some savings that could be found by doing both those projects simultaneously with one contractor.
Sure. This 91,000, so I'll understand, it's the whole of Len Hopkins Drive or just a portion of it?
Mr. Mayor, it's Len Hopkins Drive from Airport Road to, I believe, the entrance to the airport office.
Oh, I see. Around that corner, that curve and stuff like that?
Yes, correct. There's a defined tie-in point there between the rough road and the road that was overlaid a few years ago.
Okay, thank you for that. So from council's point of view, are you comfortable with that recommendation? And if you are, then we can remove Industrial Avenue rather than Len Hopkins. Is that comfortable? Give me a thumbs up. That's your direction. You're comfortable going that way? Okay, Annette, that is the way it's going to be. And if we leave that, we have a number, do we?
Yes. So if we then remove that 91,500, we are left with $573,739 to balance. 573,739.
That's the number we're looking for. Okay. All right. If there's nothing more on the transportation, unless you have some comments on transportation, Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry to just ask this question, but just for clarification, did that also include the pathway out?
I'm sorry, what was that?
That calculation included the pathway out?
Yes, so that included 100,000 going out for the MUP and 15,000 going out for the Moncion development pathway.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Further comments or questions on the transportation initiative, transportation budget? Seeing none, then environmental services. There's not much we can do with that at this point in time, but I'll hand that over to who wants to speak to this.
So yes, basically in the waste environmental services, we have minimal for advertising. The service contract price is matched by on the revenue side. And the yellow bins, we have been keeping that fairly consistent from year to year because it does vary a little bit, but not by much. We do have in there the 410,000 for the waste recovery center for the leachate system. Now you can remember though that there's 332,000 coming in from reserves for that. The royalties must be paid, and as well as the debenture amount.
Okay. Okay, so there's nothing much we can do about that. Any comments on the environmental? Other than we're finally through with the debenture, which is great news for the community. There's big work ahead of us. With that, then we will go to Parks and Recreation, Community Services. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We probably have one of the smallest capital requests that we've had in my 12 years here with the town, other than maybe 2014. So I really don't have a lot to offer up. What we can look at is deferring the ice resurfacer till next year. It'll give staff some more time to understand the technology around electric machines. Certainly, I'm a big proponent. It seems most municipalities across Ontario, as their machines are coming due for replacement, are switching to electric. It doubles the price. So perhaps, if council wishes, we could defer that to next year and do some more behind the scenes work and prepare to make the move to electric.
Kelly, how much have you got in there for the ice resurfacing?
There's $80,000 in the budget so far.
80,000, okay. Thank you.
The forklift, again, it's a new piece of equipment. We've never owned one before. We can continue to rent for another year. If it's council's wish to remove that piece of equipment, I would ask though that we add $5,000 to our arena operating budget to offset the costs that would be needed for equipment rentals through the year. The play equipment replacement, we have a large fleet of play equipment across the entire municipality, and we struggle to keep it up to date. So I wouldn't recommend getting behind even further in our equipment replacements in terms of our fleet play equipment. Some of the other projects we have in there are either extremely small, like $5,000 and $10,000, or the tennis court lights, the railing at Centennial Park Evergreen Stage, the dock repairs, which really involves putting a new ramp that connects the concrete portion to the plastic portion of the dock at Petawawa Point so that it can be more accessible, more flexible to changes in water depth. Those are needed repairs. I mean, we have to do those. There's really no question about that. You know, after that, we don't have anything left in terms of capital requests. So I'll throw those two items out, and certainly I'll answer any other questions that the member of the council might have.
Just in terms of numbers, I've got 80,000 for the ice. How much for the forklift? 50,000.
But you're going to put 5 back into operating, so it's really 45,000.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Okay. All right. Comments, Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. With respect to the ice resurfacer, that was on my radar as well, and I think it's important that we move towards the electric version. And I would recommend putting some money in reserves towards that, so that perhaps we can get there next year or the year after, whatever works out for us. But I would say we put 40 into reserves and save 40 from that line item. And I would agree with the forklift to eliminate the forklift.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That kind of makes sense. It's sort of what I've got down on my sheets here, 50-50 split on that one. But I'll open up for to hear from the rest of council on this one. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with that proposition.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly, I agree with us keeping up to date on all of our playground equipment. I'm just wondering about the 40,000 for the fish hatchery playground. I spend a lot of time there, and the structure looks pretty good and fairly modern. I'm wondering if that one needs to be replaced this year or can wait a few years for the 40 grand. And you got 2 Kubota mowers for 30,000. Do we need both this year? Could we get by with one this year and one next year? Thanks.
Good questions. Kelly?
Yeah, I posed that question to staff back when we put our budget together. And so the 2 mowers that we're asking for are the 2 that are in the worst shape out of our fleet. We put a lot of miles on our mowers through the course of a summer. So, you know, their question back to me is you really need to replace both. But I mean, if we get down to the nitty gritty, we can replace the one that's in the worst shape and then hope to replace the other one next year.
Thank you for that. And the playground equipment and which park, the fish hatchery park?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's not necessarily the oldest looking piece of equipment. It has to do with equipment design. The tests that we put them through with a third party will draw out some of the requirements in terms of legislation and where the equipment doesn't meet the requirements. And sometimes the equipment doesn't have to be that old. It just doesn't meet certain specifications any longer. And it's old enough that you can't get replacement parts, and it can't be fixed even though there's nothing wrong with it. It can't meet code. And so you have no choice. You have to replace it. So fish hatchery has some issues with it in terms of design. And so it's moved up on the priority list in terms of replacement.
So can you tell me, is that more of a safety issue than an appearance issue in that regard? Safety. Kids
Safety,
play on those things. Safety. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. What's your thoughts on that? I see taking one of the what do you call it? The ice, not the ice, the grass cutters out and phase that in over 2 years. If it's a safety issue, I think we should stay with the play structures. My own thoughts on that, but I'm open for direction to Annette with regards to that. I see Teresa, and then, pardon me, Councillor Sabran, Deputy Mayor Service, and there's Councillor McLean. Go ahead, Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see us keep those in. If the staff have recommended that we replace 2 grass cutters, we have an awful lot of grass. It grows pretty quick when there's a lot of rain, and I know that that's a stickler in the community for beautification, and so I think that that's really important. And I don't think that we can look at anything in our play structures that's not safe. So I would like to see those both stay in at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So then it was the deputy mayor and then Councillor McLean.
I guess when it comes to safety and the safety of our children, we've got to switch out that playground equipment. But there is a $20,000 expense for a paved path in Laurentian View Park. I'm just wondering if that could be an option instead of replacing play equipment.
That's way down off Golf Course Road, is that correct? Or where is that?
I'll speak to that, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, 7 years ago, we embarked as a municipality on a beautification plan to bring up the standard of service provided by our parks. We had hundreds of recommendations through the master plan study that was completed back in 2011 in terms of the standard of our parks. And over 7 years, we've picked away a little bit here and a little bit there. Everything from signs to furniture to waste receptacles to play equipment, trees, paths, the hard surface paths that make our parks accessible and able to be enjoyed by all. We have just a couple parks left where a path is part of the plan. Lakeview is one of them. That park, most of the features in that park are set well off the sidewalk, and so, you know, from an accessibility standpoint, you're walking across lumpy, bumpy grass to get to most of the features in the park. We have added paved paths in a number of our parks over this 7-year process, and this is just a continuation of the work we were doing. Is it a safety issue? No, it's a user-friendly, higher level of service accessibility improvement. If you don't do it this year, you know, we should consider finishing the plan that we started, and it should get done at some point. It's not something that's you know, broken or needs repair or is critical, but certainly I certainly wouldn't recommend just scrubbing it permanently. You can just defer it for a year if that's the wish of council.
Okay. Other comment? Oh, Councillor McLean, I think you had a comment to make.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comment or question was as well in reference to the paving of the path in Lakeview Park. But as a side note, I am supportive of placing into reserve the 40,000, half of the 80,000 requested for the ice surfacing machine, and then I'm in favor of axing the forklift entirely and increasing the budget by $5K.
The pathway down at Lakeview, that's the only park. It's down in that part of the municipality, is it not? In that McGuire subdivision down there, is that? And that's utilized by the homeowners down in that area. Is that correct, Kelly?
Yeah, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. I mean, if you wanted to go for a bit of a walk, you could wiggle your way from that subdivision over to Pine View, in behind the OPP stations. Of course, we have Pine View Park there. But yeah, in terms of that subdivision, that is the only.
That's the only neighborhood park down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's a consensus, I think, or at least I'd like to see a consensus. The forklift for sure is gone. Yes. Yes, it looks as though it's gone. In terms of the mower, there's 2 mowers there. There's a suggestion that one should stay and the other one be replaced at a later date. There's also some comments made that we should keep both in. Let me ask you, who would like to see one stay and one go? How many? So just one person wants to see one go. Who wants to keep 2? Okay, it would appear as though 2 are going to be kept. Now let's do the ice machine. the what do you call it, the Zamboni, that we should perhaps put for half of the 80,000 that's there away in a reserve for future considerations going forward. Who's in favor of that? 1, 2, so it looks as though we're putting away 40,000. Okay, Kelly, so that's 40 plus 50 is 90. Can you find me $10,000, Kelly? No?
Probably.
I'm just saying that it makes it around $100,000.
Oh.
It's easy to calculate that way. So, okay, Councillor McLean, Councillor Sabran. Councillor McLean?
Yes, thank you, sir. We could find $10,000 by deferring the paving till next year and putting aside 10,000 into reserve.
For Lakeview?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that when we took out the forklift, Kelly had recommended that we add $5,000 back in. So that's actually a net of 45 and not 50, if I
Okay.
have that correct.
Yeah, you do. Strange as it may seem, I made a mistake there. I'm right up there with the CEO. This is the second one this year. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So 15,000 we're looking for, not just, anyway, all right. So we have got 40 out and 50 out and 5 back in again. So that's $85,000 that we're talking about. That comes off the number that Annette is calculating at this point in time. Okay, further on the what do you call it? The community services budget. Any comments, any thoughts of what should come out? Tom? Tom? Pardon me, Councillor Mones.
Hate to bring this topic up because it might be a sore spot, but what about all the legacy projects? Is there anywhere we can try to cut back a few dollars on the money we've allocated for our legacy project and things associated with it?
Okay.
I guess that's up to Kelly. I don't know. Or Kelly, are you in charge of that?
Yeah, he's chairing that, sort of ramrodding that. Kelly?
Yeah, I would say, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would say I can provide a little bit of guidance and leadership, although the events being, decisions are made by committee, not by me. So we don't have a design. We really don't know what our costs in terms of the legacy project will be. We have an engineer currently working on design and some costing right now. Until we have that, we really don't know what we're dealing with. The money that we have set aside basically equates to the reserves that we had been putting aside for the arena floor, and we just carried that on for another year. And a little bit of that is being used to offset costs associated with the event, and the remaining 226 is just basically placed in a reserve account, I guess we'll call it, to fund whatever we can with that money. So it's really hard to make that call. Now, I will let council know that as per my committee report back on Monday, I have applied to a grant through the federal government that, if we're successful, will offset any of the operating costs associated with the event. It can't be used for capital projects, but it would save us, $26,000 or what have you. So, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Supplementary, Councillor Moons? No?
No, I just wonder what everybody else is thinking, that's all.
Okay, fair enough. So further on the community services budget. Having seen nothing, then we'll go on to the library. What can we cut from the library? Nothing. Lisa, did you want to talk to us a little bit? I know you've talked a little bit about it in terms of what the increase is, but is there anything else there that you see that it could be take it out to help us. I know you run a pretty lean ship there, and I appreciate that, but I'll give you that opportunity and the opportunity to council to talk about it. But is there anything there that you see that you might want to talk to us about?
Yeah, just to note, besides, of course, salaries and, I mentioned building, we've maintained spending more or less for the other budget lines. A lot are quite minor things, replacing computers or having supplies to cover books. Of course, the collection is another one of the larger expenses, and we've maintained that. And the only thing I'll note is that books are getting more expensive. There's been, it's supply chain issues and everything else. So in some ways that does represent, rather than us increasing that, it does we've already sort of tightened that as well, I guess, to address some other things. So I don't have anything to offer as far as setting. I guess we did that discussion already.
Yeah, no, I understand, and but here was the opportunity to talk to council, as you know, with the exception of that $22,000 of the funding agents for the library. So I'll open it up. Are there any questions of the CEO of the library? Having seen none, then you're comfortable with the document that's in front of us. So there's nothing we can do with that. Okay. Then we will then go on to planning. Karen, please.
Yes. What you see before you, of course, we're looking to move forward with the planning module for cloud permit. This will basically go hand in hand with the building module as well. Creates additional efficiencies and increases that level of service that we're always trying to maintain. The official plan as well is in the budget for updating. It is a legislated requirement. And of course, we've got a server identified as well that needs to be updated. And I don't know if you want to speak to planning and development and economic development separately. I will have Christine speak on her items.
Well, let's just handle the planning and zoning, and then we can bring both of you in if there's a need for that. Are there any concerns that you have with the planning and zoning budget? If the amount of work and effort and the generation that they put into the building and permits, et cetera, it's a very small budget, really, when you look at it overall, but they do a huge amount of generating of building permits and housing developments and things of that nature. So is there anything that you see there that you have some concerns with? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Karen, for that. And the official plan, that number of 30,000, where does that actually come from?
In terms of the cost associated with it?
Yes.
That's generally the fee associated with obtaining consultants.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, just ask the question. Thank you. With that, then we'll go to the other part of that, and that's economic development. Who wants to speak to that? Karen and Christine?
I'll have Christine speak to it, please.
Christine, sure. Hi, Christine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How's everybody?
Good. Yeah, there you go. Thanks for hanging in there. It's page-turning stuff on today for, I know you're excited to get to your budget. So, Christine, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so basically the two items in the budget that are slightly different than in the past is the inclusion of a request for a summer student. We will be seeking funding supports for that to go through. So that's the intention with that particular piece. With regards to CIP, we undertook that as a line item. It is a long-term economic development initiative. So last year we undertook that as a line item in the budget, of which there was $90,000 associated with that. $90,000, $40,000 of that was for the study that was necessary to create the appropriate plan and to present to council for adoption of the bylaws necessary to make the CIP plan full in force and effect. And $50,000 was to be associated or available for grant applications. So essentially moving forward and looking at the 2022 budget, again, you'll see $90,000, which was the line item from last year carrying forward. And then the $50,000 representing of the funds that were not dispersed last year, but are in various processes of discussions with businesses now that our CIP program is in full force and effect, that could actually be dispersed relatively quickly in the early part of 2022.
So just for clarity for all of us, at the end of the day, should this portion of the budget be approved, how much money is actually in the kitty, so to speak, for the CIP grant situation?
So again, if we're following the budget line items pure, 90,000 is the same number as I projected last year. The 50,000 is a carryover from 2021 through to 2022 for a total of $140,000.
$140,000 is in the kitty, so to speak, for grant applications that come in. Correct?
That would be the total in 2022 that we would have available to us. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. At
Yes.
the end of the day,
Yes.
should this budget be approved, that's the money that we have available to move forward for applications.
That's correct.
Thank
If
you.
we do not proceed with that, we're actually decreasing my budget less than the 3% potentially. Then staff were directed to increase budgets.
Sure. No, I just want to best understand, all of us best understand just how much we're talking about, in that if you've got a CIP program, there's no point in having one without funding to back it up. And that's part and parcel of what is happening here. With that, no savings there, it's been indicated, but I'll open it up for any comments or questions from members of committee or council. Councillor Sabrin. I thought I saw the hand go up, down real quick. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just didn't want to once again be first off the mark. I thought I was going to maybe be patient. But that being said, I'm a real supporter of this, and certainly your Petawawa Business Advisory Network is very supportive of this initiative. We were a little later than many of the other municipalities in actually making this as an implementation, and due to the process last year and the actual plan being approved in October, it didn't give a lot of time for our businesses to, during busy times of years and facing all of the additional responsibilities of COVID and grant applications and things of that nature, didn't give them a lot of time to access that and put the necessary work in. I think, as Christine alluded to, she said very clearly, there are many applications at various levels of discussion in the queue as we speak now. $90,000, if each applicant were to receive basically the maximum grant of $5,000, allows for 18 separate and distinct requests. That's not a lot. We have over 240 some businesses in the community. Our infrastructure and various elements that support business do have significant challenges to them. And I would really like to see us continue to move that forward. We're just starting to chug this train down the track, and losing momentum, I believe, would be very detrimental. It also is slightly under 1% of a budget, and if we were looking at the 98K budget for an increase in taxes, and I think that our business community really needs our support in this. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. I'm in full support of this budget, and I believe it's, as Councillor Sabrin points out, I believe it's very important to our business community to support them in this manner, and it's my sincere hope that the CIP program gets takes flight this year and that they exhaust their funds. And I definitely want to see this in the budget again next year and in forthcoming years. So my full support.
Thank you for that. Further comments? There's not many ways that municipalities, by way of the law, the municipal law, can support businesses. You can't defer taxes, you can't reduce taxes, you can't do this. This is one way that where you can actually legally assist a business within your community. So I'm very much in favor of assisting businesses, and I think this is one way of doing it. One of the few ways that you can actually do it without getting into complicated other processes. So I'm very supportive of this initiative going forward, and I hope to see it taken off as Christina says, like a freight train going down the road. So I hope to see this move forward very quickly in the year 2022. Further comments on economic development? And that all stays there. Okay, thank you. With that, we are now down to, I guess, well, I'm not sure if we have to go through water and wastewater at this point in time, because we've pretty well gone through that. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Somebody saying something? No? Hello? Okay. As I was saying, there's somebody talking in the background here. Is that me? There's an echo. Anyway, no problem. At this point in time, I think we've gone to the point where we're at water and wastewater, and these are self-funding budgets that was explained by Annette. But if there's anything that you want to talk to us about under wastewater, any comments with regards to the wastewater budget? How about water budget then? See anything there? Nothing. So, what else have we got to cover here, Annette? Nothing. There's no more money that you can find in reserves or transfers or anything of that nature. So, with that, maybe I could get you to tell members of council what where we're at with the overall budget at this time. Okay. In terms of out of budget or out of balance, I should say.
So at this time, with the community service, 2 items, net of 45,000 and net of 40,000, we are sitting at $488,739 out of balance.
Okay, so you heard the number, $488,739. With that, and I'll go back to Councillor Sabran's point that you asked of at the beginning with regards to a discussion on where we should land as far as a tax increase. With that, to bring that into balance, roughly you're talking somewhere just a little under 5% of a tax increase on the rate, which is $413. And if you talk about just under 5%, you're talking about $20 per $100,000 worth of assessment, which the average household is $254,000. So there you're talking 40, maybe, I don't know, $50 overall on a $250,000 household. That's where it's at this point in time. But I'll open it up for general discussion for members of council to see where your thoughts are or what you're comfortable with and in terms of the tax rate increase. I'll open it up for discussion. Councillor Roots, Councillor Sabran, I guess I'll just go around the table. Councillor Roots.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff. I think coming in at this and council, I think coming in just under the 5% is fair. I think we have covered every department, every expenditure, and offering the best services to the community. I think this is something that we can be proud of. I think it's fair, and we have the leading edge on this. So I think it's a great budget.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot in this budget. A lot of capital works, both on the sewer, water, roads, capital works, and in all areas within the budget. So let's, who else? Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. I would concur with Councillor Roots' comments. The budget's a good one. My spreadsheet's saying 4.97% to balance, and I'm comfortable with that increase. And, you know, the roads will be maintained, and importantly, the grass is going to be mowed. So I'm good with that.
That's when the grass comes up, Councillor. It's not for a couple of months. So. Okay, then we will go to Councillor Sabran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to open with, I hope we get lots of rain and lots of sun and lots of long grass. So that being said, just with respect to, if I could go back to the fire department budget and talk about the water rescue and all of the things associated with water. As I said, I am in 100% support of everything to do with fire. My concern or my question is, and I recall having, I'm going to give this credit to Tom Moens, because I recall just having a general conversation with Tom in regards to a number of things. And at that point in time, we were talking also about the master fire plan, of which I think he made the point, and Tom, please correct me if I'm wrong, but he made the point that the fire master plan should be able to give us good indicators of what the direction is that we should be going in. And we have had the fire plan on the books for a number of years and have not conducted a master fire plan. And my vote would be that we put the swift water rescue and those associated items, park them for now, proceed with the master fire plan and see where that lands us. That I don't know what that will save us, but that being said, then I'll go to the next piece, and that is the MPAC rates. We were advised will not be going up this year, or will not be moving from the 216 rates until after 2023. It is my understanding that rates have increased by about 20% in terms of the reports that we get from Cindy Sell at our PBAN meeting. And if that is the case, and maybe I'm doing this all wrong, but bear with me. If that is the case, and I have a house, let's say that's valued at $400,000 in 2016, or let's say $300,000, probably more appropriate, in 2016. And that house has actually gone up value by 26% based on 2016. My taxes, so to speak, will be the tax rate that we're talking about right now, the increase, we still will be paying on that 26%. And we may be faced with a triple whammy or a double whammy, at least in 2023, depending on how things proceed. So, you know, a $300,000 house may actually be $400,000 now. And when those rates actually come in, I just am looking at it from a perspective of we are deferring the taxes this year, so to speak, on that increase, and next year as well, but we will be hit with it. So all the increases that we are talking about from, you know, last year, preceding years and on are a little bit more compounded. Anyways, don't know if I'm explaining myself right, but I would like to see us stick closer to a 4% tax increase. And that's sort of where I'm sitting and I'm comfortable with. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Just to do that, just give me a second. And Ed, what's the dollar amount that we're currently sitting at that we're looking to use to dollars and cents? Is it $445,000 or something like that? Like 470,000?
We're right now at 488,739. So
488,570.
739. 488,739.
And to go down to a 4% hike, we would have to find $78,000.
Yeah, you'd have to find about 95,000. Because a 4% based on the notional is 393,591.
I get no picture. None. Here we go. Damn it. Pieces of paper here. Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. No one has a crystal ball at this point in time, Councillor Sabra, and we all know that. We're using 2016 values right throughout the municipality, in fact, right throughout the province of Ontario. The next evaluation will come in and we won't see impact reassessment until 2024, I guess, is the next time we see that. So I don't know where we'll be, and everyone will be in the same boat. There is a very good likelihood that in order to do something, and I don't know what it's going to be in 2024, but everybody's house has gone up in value. There's no question about that. And as you know, a lot of impact initiatives are driven by sales. And so, yeah, what was sold in 2016 is probably worth, by the time they come to do the reassessment, at least 50% higher than that. So, and they do these numbers and comparators for 10 or 12 houses going through. So I don't know what that will be in 2024 when they sit down and do their budget. To bring it down to 4%, I think Annette just mentioned that it would require cutting an additional $75,000 from the budget. I don't think that's a hard thing to do, quite frankly, if we go through it and find $75,000. If that's the number that you're comfortable with for it's not it won't be that difficult to find $75,000. However, having said that, thank you for your comments. We'll go around the table once more, and I have still to hear from Matthew, Councillor McLean, and then the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Moens. So go ahead, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with everything that Teresa has stated. I don't think it's a good idea to shock load any of our homeowners with massive increases in 2024 or whenever they get around to doing the impact assessments. I also am in agreement with letting the fire master plan dictate the direction of our fire department. And as well with you, Sarah, I agree that finding $75,000 more wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, and I need to go back and do the boat thing, but I think the boat is almost self-funding. I don't think that would help in terms of saving funding as far as the tax rate is concerned. Is that right, Annette?
So first of all, it's 95,000 that you're looking for, because you're looking for almost 1% decrease. Yeah, okay. So it's 95. And then in regards to the boat, yes, the boat is, you'd only be saving about 15,000 with the boat.
$15,000. Yeah. Okay. All right. And as far as the future is concerned, Councillor McLean, in all probability, if it goes up that high, there will be a revision or a downshift in the tax rate to accommodate that, because you could not possibly use the notional rate at this time with the tax potential valuation of your house in essence, 8 years down the road from 2016 to where it is today. So I can't second guess where that's all going at this point. That none of us can. But I don't think we're shock loading the community, because we're all going to be in this boat together regardless, and how it'll be dealt with by impact. I don't know at this point in time, but it's going to be an interesting situation when we get to that particular point. But nonetheless, thank you for your comments as well. Councillor Moens, I believe, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions or a couple comments. With regard to the master fire plan, I agree with Councillor Sabran and Councillor McLean. and it's not the savings here. I think we have to get direction as to where we're headed in the future. I don't know what that master plan is going to dictate for the future. I don't think anybody does. But things are changing. We know there's rumblings throughout Renfrew County, as you can you're well aware, and I think you've commented on it before. The whole future of firefighting may change. I just feel comfortable with holding off on the purchase of the boat at this point in time. Go ahead with our training, but it's not, like I said before, it's not about the savings here. It's just about the direction of where we're going with fire services. So I just have to clarify that comment to start.
Sure.
My other concern, we don't know where the school tax is going. We don't know where the county tax is going at this stage. We can only assume. I think we put in the budget based on last year's rates, but are they going to go up some more? What's that going to cost the taxpayer as far as that's concerned? I've already, if my calculations are right, garbage is going up $20 a household. No? How much in that? Nothing? Okay. The water is going up $5.14. Wastewater, sorry, and water's going up 17.25 for those people that are on those services. So we got to take that into consideration as well. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Sabra and Councillor McLean. I'd like to see us try to get down around the 4% mark if we possibly could.
Okay, and I don't have a problem if that's what you want to do. But it's so we're taught. I said 75, but I guess it's 90,000 we've got to find in this budget. Again, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, they are over in the corner there. Deputy Mayor.
You just about forgot about me.
No, I didn't forget about. I was looking for you. You jump all over the screen here. Go ahead.
Okay, that was a very productive day with lots of good concessions made by each department. We live in the nicest town in the county with the most modern and up-to-date facilities, and that all comes at a cost. And I think we've done a good job today in trying to reduce the cost that the burden our taxpayers are going to bear. I am comfortable with the 4.97% increase. But if we could reduce it another 90,000 down to the 4%, I mean, that's even better for our residents. In terms of the MPAC not being done until 2023, I guess maybe I'm overly optimistic, but perhaps there'll be a bit of a market correction between now and then. And as you said, Mr. Mayor, who knows what's going to happen in the future in terms of the way these properties are assessed in 2023. So again, I would be comfortable with where we stand right now in a 4.9% increase. I think the facilities and the services we offer here in Petawawa to our residents are second to none in the county. And that does come at a bit of a cost. But if we could shave another $98,000, I would be all for that as well. Anything we could do to reduce the tax rate further, I am all in favor of.
Okay, fair enough. So let me just see a show of hands. So we're currently sitting at just under 5%, 4.97. Who would like to stay at that number? Let me show of hands. One person. 4%. We would like to see 4%. Four people. Okay. So it looks as though there's a set of consensus here that we have to find about $90,000. That means we have to take a long, hard look at all of the budgets at this point in time. There's some there that for sure there's not much we can do about. The two big ones, unfortunately, are public works and parks and recreation. If there's savings somewhere in there, then we should go back to those two budgets and take a look at them. But I don't think you're going to find anything in administration. I don't think you're going to find anything in planning or economic development, to be honest with you. Can't find anything in environmental. They're pretty tight. So the only two that we can see, in my view, would be in public works, if you wish, and then parks and recreation. So that's where we could find $90,000. Oh, okay. The other alternative would be to find something in transfer some more money from reserves, or increase something from not much we can do with development charges. I think we've exhausted the transfers for that. But maybe Annette has something to tell us that might be of some help if you want to try and find that money.
I guess first of all, for clarification, is the water rescue boat out? Because that will represent a savings of $15,078.
Water rescue boat, out or in? Out. 1, 2, 3, 3 in. Who would like to keep it in? 1, 2, 3. It's a tie. The motion is defeated. I can agree that we should be doing the master plan to find out where we should be going in terms of what is required for fire protection and fire suppression within the town. So I would vote at this point in time, not necessarily to say we don't need it, but until such times as the plan is completed, then I think it would be prudent to remove those areas that have to do with the boat, and make sure we continue and get the master plan completed before we can do that. So that would be me. I would be voting in favor of that. Councillor Carmody.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. Well, while I'm in favor of completing the master fire plan, yes, I don't believe that we should be using the master fire plan to identify operational issues in the department and things that we've been working on for 3 or 4 years. In my mind, the master fire plan is more for large policy type things, the composition of the department, the location of buildings. Do we need new fire? Do we need new locations for our fire services within the town and that sort of thing? Larger policy type questions. I don't think a master fire plan is going to really indicate whether we need a boat or not, especially when we've got 85% of the boat saved for already. So that's why I'm saying, no, keep that boat. We've been working at it for 3 or 4 years.
But it is a large capital item, is it not? And that could be identified as to what we could actually be needing. Maybe for example, the master fire plan would come forward and tell us we're going down the wrong road in terms of what type of facilities that we actually need. I don't know that, and it is sort of operational and it is sort of capital at the same time. I think the general consensus is that it's not that we don't want to have that. I mean, it's been in the system for a long while. For whatever reason, the plan has not been and is not being completed. And for me, I'm comfortable saying complete the plan. It should tell us what sort of level of service we should be providing within the town of Petawawa for all of the residents within the town. And I don't know what that might be. And maybe I'm hoping that the fire plan could direct us in that general direction. That's how I see it. Councillor Sabrin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly agree with what you're saying. And the reality also is that, in my opinion, that the fire department is about fire. And what I would also like to see, and whether that happens coincidental or as part of this process, is I guess to date, I haven't seen sort of a a proposition paper, a value proposition paper. There's no doubt it's a good idea. There's no doubt that it can be critical. It can save lives. It can. We had a number of years ago, 3 children lost tragically in the water, and that's worth value rate. That's worth more than that value rate there. But I would like to be sure of what path we're going down, and it's just like strategic planning. If you don't look at where you are and where you're going to be, are you actually making the progress in the right directions? And so I think there's a very comprehensive process here, including community input, that assists us in making those decisions. So my question, however, is also, and maybe this is the Deputy Chief, Craig, to answer this, but would we also not be taking out some training dollars as well? The 21,862, which is for the Swiftwater training, would that not also come out coincidental if we're not going to get a boat? I'm just asking that question for my own clarity. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Sabran. So the Swiftwater Rescue course, it doesn't have anything to do with the boat. The boat course is what we would be using that funding for. And I'd just like to state with the Master Fire Plan. So the Master Fire Plan is basically a framework of recommendations for the operational requirements of our municipality. It doesn't dictate what core services our municipality would provide to the residents. We have all the gear purchased for our Swiftwater. We have the money in the budget, it's 85,000. We just need the 15,000 to purchase a boat. If I could recommend, we could also look at taking the 15,000 out of our reserves and putting it into the boat so that there's no, just a bit of a cost savings as well, if that's something to think about.
Thank you for that. Okay, so there's a possibility there for $15,000. That doesn't get us to 90,000. Where's our friends in Public Works? David, we're coming to you again. Where do you see a possibility of some sort of savings and some sort of prioritize some of your jobs that would allow us to meet the criteria that it would appear that council would like to meet? Is there anything in there that you can prioritize and make recommendations to us going forward to save some of that money?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I would offer up is that maybe we could see some savings in the Kramer Avenue culvert replacement project. And so there is 60,800 there in contracted admin and field administration costs. And so we could do that contract admin and field administration in-house, and then we wouldn't have to pay that to an outside consultant. So that would be 60,800.
Thank you for that. That's a good move. I appreciate that. Kelly Williams.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at my budget, the $40,000 for replacement of play equipment, and maybe Annette could give some input here. Just, is there a possibility of taking that out of reserves? I would say be $40,000. I mean, that's what reserves are for, right? They're for, we put money into reserves every year, and we could take that 40 out of reserves to offset the replacement of that piece of equipment.
Thank you, Kelly. Annette, can you help us with that?
Yes. So you probably only would need even the 20, because if we look at approximately 95,000, and if we have 15,000 more coming out of reserves for the rescue boat, and then David's cost saving on Kramer Avenue, we're down to approximately 19,200. So we'd be able to cover that from reserve.
So 20,000 coming out of reserves.
Yeah.
Okay. That still leaves the boat in the process, fully funded from reserves and other funding to keep the boat in. I know there was a general discussion. Let's see. Are you still comfortable with that? It's fully 100% funded now. There's yes, yes. There's 2 for yes, 3 for yes. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Moons.
could you just clarify everything as to where we are right now? What's the bottom line at this point in time?
That what you're looking for in order to take it down from where we were with the initiatives before lunch, we are down to a tax rate approximately increase of 4.97%. The general consensus was that they would be more comfortable, and I think we got a vote on this, and not a vote, but a show of hands, so to speak, that it would be preferable if we could get that down to 4%. To do that, we would have to find somewhere in the region of $90,000 to $95,000. So at this point in time, to find that $90,000 to $95,000, Councillor Moons, Kramer Avenue contract administration is $60,800. $20,000 is coming from reserves for the fish hatchery, is it? Play equipment, is that what it is, Kelly? Which would then is $80,800, and $15,000 would then come from a transfer in the fired reserve to opt to pay for 100% for the boat, which would give us $95,000, which would bring us down to within a hair of what you were looking for, and that is 4%. That is I understand it. Okay.
So we're there.
So we're there with a 4% increase, which on the current tax rate, which is $413, just so you'll know, is about $16.40 per 100,000, and 100,000, 16, let's just say 1650, rounded out to $250,000 average price is about $40 per household tax increase just on the taxes that we're responsible for. That's where we're at this point in time. And these are these are just round, rough figures, but it's within plus or minus $1 or $2, something of that nature. Okay, if you're comfortable with that, I think we can get Annette and staff to tidy this up a little bit better. But at this point in time, I don't know if there's much more that we can do at this point, other than for me to wrap up the budget workshop. I have to tell you, this has been a very interesting and very successful budget for the town of Petawawa. I think it's fair to say, and thank you to all members of council and to the staff. There's a lot in this budget, and there's going to be a lot done in this budget. Hopefully, it can all be achieved, this year. But it's right across the department, or right across the municipality and the corporation. There's going to be a lot done in each department, including the front office, including administration, public works. The library's getting some additional much needed funding. Planning is getting some funding as well to do the things that they need to do. And so is community services. So I think all in all, thank you to each and every one of you for working through this. This has been a very, very successful budget in my view. 4% in this day and age. I think you have to be congratulated, each and every one of you, for bringing down what I consider one of the best fiscally responsible budgets for our community. And we're not going into debt at this point in time. In fact, we're now clear 100% of debt. And I'm very proud of that going forward. It gives us a lot of flexibility. And each and every one of you, again, thank you. And we'll get the final numbers to you just as soon as Annette has tidied that up to you. But once again, thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of the town and the citizens of our community. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are we clear, Lucas?